it. Let's do it. Yeah, check 1 2, check 1 2. Here's a topic that I've been wanting to speak about. I've been really wanting to speak about this topic, and I'm going to put the image right here just so y'all can see what's going on and know what time it is. All right? We'll have just a quick conversation on Mos Def, a.k.a. Yasiin Bey, just went in an interview and basically said that Drake is pop music, which we all already know. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us are aware of this, right? But my point is that y'all don't really see the room that this man is in and what he has done for hip-hop and what he has brought to hip-hop. It's actually almost astonishing to me that I read the comments. And what's up, y'all? What's up, Thunderdam Beats? I read the comments. Thank y'all for the likes, man. Of what's going on with this whole Drake and Mos Def thing. And it's amazing to me how much people are out of touch with hip-hop. But then again, once I think about it, it's actually not amazing. It's actually understanding, because look at what the mainstream media has done with hip-hop. I mean, they push Ice Spice. Isn't Ice Spice up for like 3 or 4 Grammys, which is crazy? It's crazy, yo. You know, and it's just like, wait, she just started rapping about a year or so ago. She didn't even really rap, I think. I think she just started doing trends on TikTok and then became famous. And now they pushed that into the mainstream along with all this other trash. And then people are going to say they don't understand what Mos Def and Yasiin Bey are talking about. They don't understand. Or Talib Kweli, Black Star. Come on, this is why I have this picture right here, y'all. This picture right here should show y'all that here, okay, if y'all can see this to the left, let's start to the left right here. This is Talib Kweli in the black shirt. I don't know if you can see my arrow. Right here standing next to him is Madlib, which I'm sure a lot of other people are unfamiliar with and don't know. Of course, we all know the man in the middle is Dave Chappelle, right? Next to him is Chris Rock. We all know who got slapped at the Oscars. But let's look behind Chris Rock. I mean, Chris Rock is a great comedian, so let's not just put that on him. But let's look behind Chris Rock. You know who that is standing behind Chris Rock? That's Mos Def, a.k.a. Yasiin Bey. And guess who's standing next to Mos Def? That's the RZA, yo. That's the RZA. So you see what I'm saying? It's like, look at the room. Look at this room, man. Just read the room. You know, you heard that saying before. Read the room. Look at this room, man. Madlib, Talib Kweli, Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, the RZA from Wu-Tang, and Mos Def. And you got people out here that are like, oh, Mos Def ain't really knows what's up, or he don't know hip-hop. Let's play the interview that's circulating that's got everybody going crazy.
Like, is Drake hip-hop?
Drake is pop to me, in the sense like if I was in Target in Houston and I heard a Drake song, it feels like a lot of his music is compatible with shopping.
Right.
Commercial music.
Or it's
Commercial music,
shopping with an edge in certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Of course, I mean, I
it's
get
commercial,
it.
entertaining, fun, good,
it's
formulaic music.
It's likable.
Likeable music, yeah.
It's likable.
I don't know if y'all realize right there that he just dropped a few important key words. They both did, where she said it's formulaic and he said it's likable. Do y'all really know what that means if you take the time to dissect those words? What that means by they're saying that Drake understands the formula. Okay, it's not like he's just going into the studio and he's just rapping and just jumping on beats and just rapping in the studio. No, he actually understands the formula. And it's like a science. It's mathematics. Drake understands that if he hits these certain frequencies with his production and with his lyrics and with his vocals and his singing ability, he understands that it's going to sell a certain amount of records. Now, we also know that as of now, I mean, I think that when Drake first started, I enjoyed his first 3 albums, his first several, maybe 4 albums, okay? Thank Me Later, I think, was the first one. What was it? I mean, come on, y'all help me out in the chats right here, man. Y'all help me on the likes, man. Let's get these likes up. Let's get the comments up. You know, tell me what your thoughts are. You know what I mean? So we can get this video out here. That's what it's all about. But I just feel that he makes music like in the beginning. His music was like more kind of lyrical. I wouldn't say lyrical, but it was like more hip hop, you know. And then later on, it seemed like he just started making more music for the females. I mean, he always came out and was making music for the females, but it seemed like he had more variety back then. And I think this is what Mos is kind of talking about, is that he had more variety. But moving forward, it seems like now Drake, all he talks about is just sex or women or making music for women to get drunk to at the club. And then, like some people I heard say, and for those men to take those drunk women home and have sex with them. That's what his whole aim is. That's what his whole goal is. This is why you have people like DJ Vlad that are all upset saying that, hey, man, why aren't you speaking about the war on, you know, Palestine and Israel and all that? Because that's not his angle. That's not what Drake is in the industry for. And he probably understands that the mainstream media, the mainstream agenda probably gives him more money to say, yeah, Drake, yeah, keep making that music, man. Keep making that music. I mean, I remember I was at some restaurant, and you know how like you got those restaurants that play music in the background? It's really funny that Mo says this about shopping at Target. He compares it to shopping at Target because when you go to a lot of stores or say, you know, restaurants or like Starbucks, places like that, and you hear Drake's music in the background, you usually always hear Drake's music in the background. Like, yes, it's likable, right? And so you hear the music in the background and it's like, yo, I just remember when there was kids around and we were all like, you know, just ordering food and stuff. And then Drake's song came on in the background at the restaurant. And I just remember hearing that song that I heard other people talk about, the girls, you know, he likes girls that kiss on girls. I like girls that kiss on girls. And I'm like, yo, man, they're playing this song in a restaurant with a bunch of kids around? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So, and I'm gonna get to your chats in a minute in the comments. Thank you, man. Thank you for the likes. Let's get the likes and the subscribes up. So like I said, man, we need to get this message out here, and we're gonna bring this to you, man. Like, I'm so glad that this topic is trending right now because I've always said this. Let me say this for the record. Mos Def is one of my top 10. I mean, I might have to say he could be in my top 10, 20, definitely my top 20. But Mos could be in my top 10 rappers of all time. I mean, come on, man. Black Star. Let's pull it up, right? Let's pull it up. Y'all need history, man. You see, they've been pushing Cardi B and, you know, Megan Thee Stallion down your throats too much, man, to where you guys don't go back and do your research on some real hip-hop. You know what I mean? It's almost sad, man, how some people are. Like, it's just, it's like we all got to do our research, man. See if I get a bigger version of it. So do y'all remember this album, Black Star, Mos Def, Black on Both Sides? Let's see what Tidal had to say about it, or they have it on their album. It's crazy, man, how people just don't really know about this album. Just put it right there. I think that this could be one of the greatest hip-hop albums that was ever recorded. Do y'all agree? Y'all agree on that? Let me see what y'all saying, man. Thunderdam Beats, thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. His hardest album is If You're Reading This Is Too Late. Yeah, you know what? I agree with you on that. I think that was Drake's hottest album. I mean, let's do that real quick. Let's look at Drake albums real quick. Yeah, if you're reading this, it's too late. I liked So Far Gone, though. I got to give it to. That's when I first heard about Drake. I first heard about Drake on the So Far Gone. And I remember one of my homies told me about him. He's like, yo, you got to check this cat out, Drake. He's going to be big. So I give him respect. Shout out to my boy Greg. If you out there, if you listening, he knew about Drake before anybody knew about Drake. This dude said, hey, you better look out for this cat named Drake. And so I listened to him, and I was like, he gave me the So Far Gone mixtape. So that's how you know. That's how you know we real, man. This is like back in 2009, 2010, even before Kendrick, right? Or before Kendrick got famous. And that was the album I was trying to think of, Take Care. I liked Take Care. Take Care was good. If you're reading this, it's too late. You're right. That's kind of like his little trap album and Change the Game, but you're right about that. I liked Thank Me Later. Come on, man. Thank Me Later. That was when he was still trying to be like Little Brother. Now, if y'all don't know, Drake's favorite rapper, I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure it is Fonte from Little Brother. I'm gonna drop a gem on y'all right now. I'm glad we're having this conversation. This is a topic that needed to be discussed. To be honest with you, I'm actually in the office right now working on some other projects. I also got a fashion business, just to let you guys know, so I'm shipping orders. And by the way, man, y'all got to support down below. Like, buy some of the hoodies, support some of the products. Y'all keep asking me to do top 10 videos, and we love doing the top 10 videos, man. But it's like, yo, those videos don't get monetized, and we need the help with the monetization. So if y'all can share, like, subscribe, I got y'all. We got y'all. But yeah, man, I'm actually shipping some hoodies right now, some beatGrade hoodies, beatGrade merchandise. And I saw the topic trending yesterday about Mos Def and his interview and what he was talking about Drake. But then I saw that people were still talking about it. And now we're pulling up old Dave Chappelle from the Chappelle Show footage, which I'm going to play some of that. Hopefully YouTube doesn't flag it and I'm still able to monetize this video. Because we're doing this professionally now, especially now that we have to. When I see topics like this come up and people are like, who's Mos Def? I'm like, yo, man, obviously hip-hop needs education right now. Y'all need education, some of y'all. I want to say shout out to y'all that follow this channel. I noticed that y'all that follow this channel, y'all know what's up with hip-hop. And speaking of the top 10, go listen to the Diamond D top 10 beats that he did for Mos Def on Black Star on both sides. And like I said, I wish I had the alarm sound right now where I could sound the alarm. But we just going to do a straight talk, though, right here. This episode doesn't need sound effects, right? Because like I said, like I'm in the middle of traveling right now. I'm a traveling man going through all times and spaces. Speaking of Mos Def, right? Woo! Come on, man. Y'all got to go back into your history. Now, the reason why I have Fonte up here, if y'all know who Fonte is from Little Brother, make some noise, man. Little Brother, one of the greatest rap groups of all time, right? Ninth Wonder. Come on, we can all agree that Ninth Wonder is one of the best producers, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because Drake was trying so hard when he first came up to be Fonte. He was trying so hard to be Fonte. Please, people, which I know most of y'all probably don't know, go back and listen to Fonte, Little Brother. Go back and listen to Little Brother's album. You know, what was it? The Minstrel Show, which I believe is one of their best albums. That might be one of their most commercial albums. I don't even know if it's really one of their best albums. And thank you for the likes and the follows. I really appreciate y'all. I want to say that all of their albums are pretty much fire. And yes, they did some tracks with Drake. But I got to tell you this, though, right here, man. That they did some tracks with Drake. But I got to tell you, man, like, Drake was really trying to be this dude. Fonte raps and he sings. He raps and he sings. So now, go listen to Little Brother, any of their mixtapes, any of their albums, and then after you do that, go listen to Drake, So Far Gone. Early Drake. And what was the other one? How come the other one's not showing, man? Because this is the one where he was really trying to be Fonte. Was on, oh yeah, let's go, show more. Was on the comeback season. This one right here. Man, we about to do some education on this one, man. Like, Jesus, man. I guess they're pulling up the tracks. But y'all remember this, right? I mean, hold on, my bad. The Drake, the comeback season, this album, he was trying so hard to be Fonte on this album, or mixtape, shall I say. I think this was before So Far Gone. My bad if you can't see that. I was just trying to get a better angle of it, but, you know, you guys could look it up on Wikipedia. Yeah, so this album right here, he was trying so hard to be like Fonte. But I really want y'all to know, man, Fonte is really that guy, man. He really is the GOAT. And so is Little Brother, man. And so is Ninth Wonder, who we all know produced on the Black Album, right? Or whatnot. If I said that correctly. Yeah, man. So Drake, the reason why I bring this up is because I want to say that in the beginning, I feel that he was a little bit more versatile, but I see where Mos is going with this, is that now his whole style is just for the women. It's just for the hoes. That's all it is, man. For the girls. And then I also don't like, what I don't like about Drake either, is that all he talks about is money and how much money he got and how he got the plane. Remember when he had that beef with Joe Budden? Oh my God. Should we look that up? Well, I'm going to look that up on a separate screen while I talk about this. But remember when he had that beef with Joe Budden and he wrote that long ass essay to Joe Budden, like, and I have a plane and you live in a moderate house. Let's see if we get, like, isn't that the most feminine, coward bitch? I mean, you know, excuse my French, but if back in the days, man, if you, come on, man, like, this is the era that Mos Def is from. Back in the days, if you were to go on social media and talk trash about another rapper or anybody, like if you went on social media back in these days, let me pull up these OGs real quick. If you went on social media and you talk trash about another rapper or another MC back in the late 90s, I mean, the social media wasn't even around then, right? Let me take y'all back to the era that I come from. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Yo, if you called somebody on the phone talking trash, you was considered a punk. Nowadays, people don't even want to talk on the phone. They want to type. They want to send emails and shit. But back in those days, if you called somebody on the phone and talked your trash, you was considered a punk. Now we got more respect for people that you at least pick up the phone and call them. So when Drake went online, right, and did that, let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh yeah, here it is. My bad. I'm gonna pull it up on this one. And wrote that post to Joe Budden. I thought that was just really strange, man. I thought that was a strange time in rap music, and that a lot of people were just like, I mean, I think Joe Budden kind of laughed and shrugged it off. It's right here, but they're not showing the big image of it. Give me just a moment. I thought it was kind of punk, man. I thought it was I couldn't believe it, man. Here it is right here. I got it. I just want to be able to make sure that you guys can read this. I mean, not that we really have to read the whole thing, but, you know, here we go. Drake wrote this long-ass essay. And I don't know if you can see that. I mean, maybe I got to just shrink it down just a little bit. I mean, we're not going to read the whole thing, but this is just so crazy how he wrote, "You have failed at music. You left behind to do what you are doing in this clip because this is actually what pays your bills." Nothing wrong with that, man. What's wrong with podcasting? There's nothing wrong with that. I just want to go down to the bottom part though. Let me scroll down to this part right here, where he says, "I never want anybody in generations blah 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 to feel they're entitled to their own opinion. This is me protecting his own self. In fact, and I continue to do." Here we go. To do everything he wanted to do for himself. If you need to put it in simpler terms, I own a 767. he owns a modest house in the 973, which is Jersey, I believe, and flies first class on special occasions. I don't know. I don't know, like, what kind of a diss is that, man? What kind of a diss is that? In case you didn't know, yeah, that's Champagne Poppy. He's got these just stupid beefs, man. These dumb beefs. And he don't talk about nothing. And then it's funny when I heard somebody say, oh, Drake wins all his beefs, or he wins his beefs. Does he really win his beefs? I don't think he wins his beefs. I mean, he might have won his beef against Memphis Bleak. Oh, wow. Wow, he won a beef against Memphis Bleak. Let me ask y'all a question. Or not Memphis Bleak, I'm sorry. I get them confused because they look the same, right? Who was his battle against? Y'all help me in the comment section. That's what I'm saying. That's how much I don't even remember. I don't even remember the rapper's name. The dude on Maybach Music with Rick Ross. Now I gotta look him up. Meek Mill. Yeah, I get him confused, man. Meek Mill, Memphis Bleak. Meek Mill, Memphis Bleak. It's like, oh, okay, you won the battle. Oh yeah. Thank you, Lyoman, for your chat. Thank you for all the people coming in the chats. I appreciate you. Yeah, we gonna get to Jack Harlow in just a minute. I know. Let's have a discussion here. But real quick, oh, you beat Meek Mill in a battle. Congratulations. Where is Meek Mill today? He is nowhere relevant. But you know who you didn't beat in a battle? Yeah, that's right. Pusha T. Make some noise for that. When I hear people say, oh, Drake wins his battles, did he really win all of his battles? Because I didn't see him beat Pusha T. As a matter of fact, I feel like Pusha T crushed his ass. Pusha T crushed Drake so much that now Drake is taking care of his son. Pusha T turned Drake into a father. That's how much Pusha T destroyed Drake. Well, he didn't destroy him because, you see, the reason why Drake, let's be honest, if this was a real battle, Drake's career would have been finished after that. I mean, the man put the story of Adon. Oh my God, should we really do some history real quick, y'all? Y'all have been brainwashed so much that y'all forgot about the time when Drake did blackface. Y'all have been brainwashed so much. It's ridiculous. Oh my God. And then people are like, oh, because this is what what's it called? This is the mainstream agenda. This is what they want you to know. They don't want you to remember, oh, yeah. Keep that. They just pump more money into it. Pump more money, more marketing, more advertising. I mean, is this the reason why he does his hair the way he does his hair? I don't know, man. But Pusha T, like, destroyed Drake, I feel, in a way, to where he turned him into a father. Did y'all forget that Drake, right before this battle came out? I mean, 'cause you see, I take notes. I study this game. I don't think people really study this game. And I'm going to get into how he's brainwashing people and women in a minute because it just made me think of that. But I got my notes too. I study this game, man. And I'm going to tell you right now, do y'all remember that Adidas was actually about to launch a line called his son's name? You know, they were about to start a line, which is actually very similar if you look at the name, close to Adidas. And then Pusha T dropped the diss, I think just right before they were about to launch the new shoe line, and Adidas dropped it. Can you believe it? Like, that's how bad Pusha T destroyed you, that people forget. Pusha T didn't just destroy you lyrically and on a hip-hop level for those of us that know and pay attention, but he actually destroyed you so bad that you lost a sponsorship deal off of that diss. Now, if somebody disses you so hard that you lose money, That's something that you got to look at, man. That's a powerful diss. Like, it's one thing to like, oh wow, he dissed you, and you know, you might have lost a little bit of respect in the hood or something, or you know, but it's another thing to where he actually hurt your pockets. And then not only did he hurt your pockets, but then he exposed the fact that you got a son that you've been hiding, that nobody knew about for years. Like, your son was already like an adolescent. It wasn't like the baby mama was still pregnant. The son was already an adolescent, and you've been hiding that child. And I know why you've been hiding that child. You was hiding that child because you didn't want people to know that you had a kid. Because why? Because then he probably feared that he would not appeal to women as much. Did you know that rock stars back in the 60s that were married had to hide their wives? The record company said, don't let people know that you're married. I mean, times are a little different now, but really not, because they kind of did do the same thing with Drake. But what's it called? Times have changed in the most part. But back in those days, did you know that they used to tell people to not say that they were married, so they would have more women appeal to the music and buy the music? Well, those that were making music for the women, or that had a lot of female fans. So obviously Drake's fan base is mostly women, and he talks about his money, his cars, his yachts, you know, his luxurious lifestyle. But let me say this though. This is the brainwashing, is that he influences a bunch of females to want that type of behavior, or to have that type of a man, you know, to mimic that in a man. And it's like, ladies, this is not always real life. And he's influenced so many women to think that this is the norm, that like this kind of lifestyle is a normal lifestyle. But other than that, he ain't talking about nothing else in his music. And I'm going to go back to the interview, but it's like, after the empire falls, is this what we're seeing? Are we seeing the collapse of an empire, where he dropped his For All the Dogs and nobody liked that album really? Nobody really liked that album. I mean, there might have been a few cuts on that album, but people saw that you ain't talking about nothing. And I think this goes back to Mos Def's point about walking into Target and seeing so many SKUs. There's so many products here. Meaning, metaphor for, man, it was like Mos Def was actually like spitting a verse in that interview. If you really go back and we watch this interview, he's not just talking, man. He's actually spitting a verse. He's rapping in this interview. He's saying there's so many products here. You know what that means? Basically, there's so many different MCs on here. You got so many features on here. Wow. So many features, so many products, so many SKUs. Look at this inventory. It has everything. It has everything. Meaning, he's got Jay-Z on the project. He's got Rick Ross on the project. He's got Kanye on the project. He's got pretty much just every rapper that's famous on the project. Now he's got Sexy Red on the project. Oh, wow, Sexy Red, who would have thought that Sexy Red and Drake would do a song together? And he's even got SZA on the project. He's got everybody. He's got Travis Scott on the project, or Travis Scott got him on his project. Yo, man, this is the point that he's making. It's so many products, so many SKUs, but they ain't really talking about nothing. Let me go back to it.
In certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Of course. I mean,
it's commercial, entertaining, fun, good,
it's
formulaic music.
It's likable.
Likeable music, yeah.
It's likable.
But is it? You know, I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna move on.
Woo! So many products.
So many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising. So many barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything.
Right?
What happens when this thing collapses? What happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present
Let me go
hour.
back to that part real quick.
All these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising, so
Oh,
many
I love
barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything. Everything's here. They have everything here. Oh, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. Okay. When the columns start buckling, are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour?
Great point right there, Mos. Great point, man. Are we not there right now, possibly in this present hour? I mean, if we really take the time to dissect this interview, Mos Def was spitting a verse right in that interview. And let me go back to this image in case y'all forget, this powerful image. I mean, I got to say, shout out to Talib Kweli. This got to be one of the most powerful images, especially of black men, that I have ever seen in a long time, man. Nothing but a room full of black millionaires in hip hop that are powerful or love hip hop and comedy and entertainment. Y'all love Dave Chappelle so much. Are y'all really gonna tell me that Dave Chappelle don't know what's up with real hip hop? Are y'all gonna really tell me that? Come on, let's get these likes and let's get these subscribes up, man, so we can get this message out here. Really need to get this message out here, man. But yes, that's the point is that he's making is that are we not seeing that now? Where, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe Cat Williams just set it off, man. Because it seems like after that Club Shay Shay Cat Williams interview with Shannon Sharp, it seems like, man, you got all these people, Stephen A. Smith, just everybody's just coming with it right now. It seems like maybe people are tired of it, man. If you really look around, it looks like maybe people are tired of the BS. They might be, man. Yo, I'm going to come to your comments real quick. Yeah, Meek Mill, thank you. Thank you, Thunderdam Beats. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you. And thank you, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, Lyoman Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow is definitely pop. Oh, man. Jack Harlow. He might have been dope when he was a kid, but the industry got a hold of him now. The record industry, they got a hold of him. Like, he is definitely gang, gang, gang. First class. I mean, that song's all right. It's all right. But, like, isn't he trying to sound like Drake? That's what a lot of people said, too. The Jackman album, I think that flopped. And what a terrible album cover, too. Let me see. Jackman. And his halftime show on Thanksgiving was horrible. What is he trying to be in this Jackman thing? Was he trying to be like Wolverine or something? I don't get it. What was he trying to accomplish with this album cover? Jackman. Nobody talked about this album, right? Like, this album came and it went. It came and it went. And it had all this industry push. The one thing I might give it to him, because I think I did listen to it. I only listened to it like one time. It was an album I listened to like one time and I never listened to it again. But I'll say I think like he had no features on this album. So I'll give him that. Shout out to you, Lyle, man. I appreciate you. Let's get these likes and let's get these subscribes up, man. We need to get this message out here. But yeah, I mean, what was he thinking, man? Talk about industry plant. I think that he's straight up an industry plant. And add, you know what, DJ Drama is the one that discovered Jack Harlow, I'm sure, online and probably signed him to his label. And then Drama got all the connects to Drake and all these other big-time rappers. So he put them on the album or had them on features. And, of course, that pushes you. So you got to get the cosign, man. Once you get the cosign, you on your way. So Drake got his cosign by Swiss Beats and Jay-Z and Alicia Keys and Mary J. Blige and all these other people. He got his cosign. Lil Wayne, of course, how can we forget? And isn't there a record out there that Lil Wayne said that when he first heard Drake, he thought he was trash? And wasn't Drake supposed to be signed to the same label in Texas? What was it, Rap-A-Lot Records? Crazy. See, a lot of y'all don't do your history. A lot of y'all don't do your research. I'm not saying our subscribers because I want to thank y'all. Y'all are the best, man. I know it's real hip-hop over here on this channel. Y'all know that. That's why y'all be on the top 10. Let's go back over here, man. Let's get off of this stupid or this dumb industry plan, right? Let's get out of here. Let me close that. Yeah, Jack Harlow's definitely an industry plant. I agree with you on that. And pop music. You see, a lot of people need to realize, man, that there's a difference between hip hop and pop and rap. Isn't this what Dr. Umar was saying in a few speeches, where he said that basically we shouldn't have 100 different categories for one genre of music? But I don't know, though. I feel like they might kind of do that with rock. But I will say, man, that yeah, I mean, we might have rap music. You got trap music. You got drill music now. But it seems to be that it all falls under the category of hip hop. Like, for instance, I'll give you guys an example that just pisses me off. And I don't even want to pull up the image because we've talked enough about him. But Lil Nas X, which you guys have heard me, I'm sure some of y'all heard me say, he is not hip hop. And I get so tired of seeing mainstream media say, oh, Lil Nas X's hip hop rapper, Lil Nas X. It's like, wait a second. When he first came out, this is how much of a gimmick this dude is. When he first came out, and I don't want to pull up no pictures of him, but for the purpose of research purposes, we need to pull up Old Town Road. Because Lil Nas X had so much of a different image when he did Old Town Road. He was not acting like he was all out there as homo, gay or whatever. You know, I don't want to say the wrong terminology. And like we said, we have nothing wrong with that, so don't get upset. But look at his image right here. This is when he first started out. He looks cool. He looks like a nice young man. Right? Nothing wrong. What happened to Lil Nas X? Did the Illuminati get a hold of him? Is that what happened? Was it just the Illuminati got a hold of him and that's just what it was? I don't know. Because I'm just like, man, what happened to you, bruh? You completely, like, if he would still stay like this, there would be nothing wrong with Lil Nas X. We would have no issue with him. But then, I don't know what happened, man. And then even when he went on with what, Billy Ray Cyrus and stuff like that? Come on, man. You know Billy Ray Cyrus ain't about that BS. He's not going to be about that. So it's like, what happened, man? Did the Illuminati get a hold of you? Is that what happened? Man, because like Lil Nas X completely changed. Do we dare go to what he is doing now with the whole Christ and demon and playing off of religion? I understand why he's doing it, because he knows that that's what's going to get people talking. But it's just like, man, what happened to Lil Nas X? I mean, looking at these images almost makes me feel like he just, yeah, man, he must have got, either that was like his whole agenda was to come in and portray this lifestyle of being a country star or a country music star and then just change all of a sudden into a rapper. But I will say, I mean, I remember when I first heard of him, right? I thought that he was a black country music star. That's what I thought. I didn't really hear him portray himself as a rapper. And then all of a sudden, when he started getting some notoriety and he started, the song blew up, and then I think he actually put the song out first, right? And then it got big. And then, I think people on TikTok, yeah, that's what it was. I think it was like TikTok helped with that, blow the song up. And then Billy Ray Cyrus was like, let me jump on the remix. And then when Billy Ray Cyrus jumped on the remix, of course, that took the song to new heights, right? Then after that, and I heard country star Lil Nas X. I remember hearing that, country star Lil Nas X. And then after that, all of a sudden, now he's a rapper. Now he's hip hop. Now he's hip hop. And it's funny. When he was this way, he was a country star, Lil Nas X, country music star Lil Nas X, right? But then when he became a rapper, then he turned into this guy. Let's go to Lil Nas X currently. Now he's wearing makeup and he's wearing long nails. And he's dressed like a woman. And he almost looks like he might be wanting to turn into a woman. And hey, I ain't got nothing wrong with that, so please don't come after me. And can we get the likes and the subscribes up, yo? We need more likes. We need more subscribes. Man, we need to get this message out here, yo. Because this is ridiculous. Like I said, I am so happy that this topic of Mos Def and Drake calling people out. It's like everybody's just calling people out this year, man. That's what's going on now, man. We in the times of like, hey, we are fed up. We are tired of the bullshit. We need to get the message out there now. So, yo, listen to what I'm saying, man. Isn't it interesting that, and if I can go back and forth, let's go back and forth. Back there, back, bo. When he first started out, he was country star Lil Nas X. Well, as soon as he turned into rapper, hip hop star Lil Nas X, then this is the image that they portray. Are y'all gonna tell me that it's a coincidence that maybe they're trying to feminize our culture? I think so. Because this can't be a coincidence. So when you have this being pushed into the mainstream, and then I even looked it up, because like I said, again, I do my research. I look to see what record company is behind this. I was so surprised to see that it actually had to be a company that I used to work for. I said to myself, Sony Music, you really have stooped that low? And I'm not going to fact check that right now because I don't care to fact check that. But I believe that when I researched it, I believe that it was on Sony Music. And if you don't know, Sony owns all of the big labels like Columbia and all the other labels that you've probably heard of, Epic, which was basically Michael Jackson. So Sony is, when you think of Thriller, Michael Jackson, that's Sony. So Mariah Carey, all the big acts, right, are on this label. Jennifer Lopez, even though she's not, but you know what I'm saying. Lil Nas X is like, I was like, what? He's on Sony, but you're right. We don't need to talk about this. We're not going off on this. My point is just that look at what the mainstream media continues to push and say what is hip hop. This is not hip hop. This is not rap. So my point is basically that people need to know the difference between hip hop and pop. That's the message that I'm trying to portray here. People don't know the difference, man. So again, going back to Mos Def's point, yes, Drake is pop music. He's pop music, man, meaning that I believe that pop, even NSYNC made a song called Pop, right? Where they came out being pop stars and then all of a sudden they wanted to make fun of pop now because they understood the assignment that you are here to sell records and attract teenage girls. That is your job. You are not to have girlfriends. You are not to be in relationships. It wasn't until later on that Justin Timberlake got into his relationship with Britney Spears. And because why? That seemed like it was a marketable thing. And then didn't Britney Spears go and start blasting him in his book? I believe what she's saying. When Justin went on, of course, and said, I didn't act like that to French Montana. And I just want to say, side note, if y'all go back and watch the footage of Justin Timberlake when he was a kid in the studio with Pharrell, he's trying to act so black that it's almost cringe. I'm sure he probably watches that footage and is like, because, Justin Timberlake don't act like that no more. But in the video, he's like, with Pharrell, he's like, oh, yeah, dog. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dog? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's right, dog. If you go back to early Justin Timberlake. My point is that they understood that when NSYNC first came out, that their goal was to be pop music. And you can see that. Yeah. You can see that pop music is made to just make money. I never really understood that before because people call Michael Jackson the king of pop. Now that if I analyze it and if I go into detail on that. But I don't think that Michael Jackson put music out just to sell records. I think Michael Jackson just sold so many records, right? And so people called it pop. I mean, Michael Jackson, man, if you really think about it, it's like, what is Michael Jackson's genre of music? He is a man that's just in his own genre. He's just in his own genre, man. We don't know what category to put Michael Jackson in, man. He's R&B, he's soul, he's pop, he's rock. I mean, Beat It had rock in there. I mean, he's just everything. But I guess he got the label pop star, king of pop, because he just sold so many records. And by the way, while we're on the subject, please stop comparing Drake to Michael Jackson. I'm going to look for that footage of where they asked Michael Jackson's son, because he said it best, and I don't think anybody could have said it better. When they asked him, hey, what do you think about people saying that Drake is the next Michael Jackson? That time and that era is unmatched. People don't buy CDs anymore. People, unless you're like a vinyl collector and you love vinyl, which I am too. The average person isn't going out and buying records. The average person isn't waiting in line at Tower Records at midnight for the album to drop. You're waiting online. You're waiting online. But you're not in line. Boom. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, man. Nobody's really doing that no more. But let's go back to the Mos Def part. Let me go back to the Mos.
Products.
So much merchandising. So many-
Shopping.
commercial music.
Or it's
Commercial music, yeah.
shopping with an edge in certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Of course, I mean,
It's
I get
commercial, entertaining, fun,
It's-
good,
it's-
formulaic music.
Right. What's in it, man? What's in it other than that? After it's all said and done, after you've made all your money, right? What else is in it, man? You know, and that's what I'm just trying to make, man. That's the point that we're making here, is that I completely agree 100%, man. And I see some people in the comments that were saying 1,000%. I mean, I almost want to go through the comments just to see, like, what are people saying, man, about this? You know, because this is just crazy that it's like. Yeah, I mean, we all know that Drake's finna diss. I mean, it's an insanely horrible hot take. Drake is a target. What's Travis Scott, J. Cole? Yeah, that was such a stupid comment. It's funny just to see how out of touch people are with rap music. But you know what? And in some ways, we can't blame them. Because if they really knew what was up, Drake and these people that are out here would not be as successful as they are. The memes come up too, right? They be doing the funny memes. Yeah, I really think it is valid points, and I think that it does make sense. And yeah, I mean, y'all get the point, man. Y'all see, like, this is what's going on, man. Let me play one of the classic Mos Def verses, so we could. I think hopefully, as long as it doesn't get flagged, but I'll just play a little bit. If it does, I guess I'll just have to trim it out. Like, could you imagine Drake sitting at a table like this, which I highly doubt, with all these legends? Mos Def rapping with all these legends, man. You know, it's like, come on, man. Did y'all forget about this right here?
Don't be greedy. Lyrically handsome.
I mean, we gonna play some classics right here, man. I think even Noriega's at this table, man. But this is just like, yo, I don't even think I've ever seen Drake or Lil Wayne. And let me jump on the camera for this one. I don't think I've seen Drake or Lil Wayne or any of these rappers ever cypher before. Have y'all? And let's get these likes up, y'all, because we going down, man. We looking at history right now, man. I mean, like I said again, I am just, yo, man, this topic needs to be discussed. We're gonna let it rock. Let's let it rock.
Will collect the king's ransom. Gems are right, soon become the ghetto anthem. Way out like Bruce Wayne's mansion. Move like a phantom. You talk about me to your grandsons. Cats who claiming they hard be mad facts. So we'll run through them like flood water through sandbags.
That's a line he
Competition
was.
is mad. What I got they can't have. Sick of they ship like Moby Dick did Ahab. Send them way past the minimum. Interim millennium. A raps to hold a gat to your back like Palestinians. Ancient Abyssinian. Strolling Horn and Gideon. Official B-boy.
Interesting that he dropped that line way back in the 90s and that it's now current today. That's another thing I want to mention real quick, that Mos Def, some of his raps that he was dropping back then is still valid today. And I may have to take some of that out because that was Dave Chappelle playing. So we may have to take some of that historical stuff out. But yeah, man, I'm just going to go to this other little freestyle real quick that Mos dropped. After this bar, though.
Gentlemen, long term, never the interim. Born inside the winter wind. Day after December 10. These simpletons they mention in the synonym for feminine. Sweetness of cinnamon, the danger tricks for intimate. Rush up on adrenaline and get their asses sent to them. Gentlemen, you got a tenement wouldn't assemble it. Leave the unit trembling like herds and moving elephant. Intelligent embellishment. Follow for your element from flat bush settlement. Skin possesses melanin. Hotter than tails of crack peddling. Skin like blue gelatin. Swing like Duke Ellington. Broader than Barrington, believe me, the hot Apache Red who.
We all know that verse. Some of us that follow Mos Def, we know that verse. You know, but this is the other one right here, man. All right, we got it, YouTube. YouTube's already giving us the flag of, hey, be careful. Like I said again, this is real raps, man. When we go back to an era of rapping in a cypher, spitting your lyrics over somebody doing a bootbox, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying, man. It's like we don't have this anymore in hip hop, and that's fine. I understand that people say, "Oh, hip hop needs to elevate. It needs to go to the next level." Let me ask you a question: who are the rappers right now that have elevated the game of hip hop? 21 Savage, and Metro Boomin. Isn't it interesting and funny, somewhat, that we have 21 Savage and Metro Boomin and Drake all like kind of talking trash about each other, and it seems like these cats just all, this is what's current right now. But what about the ciphering? What about this?
Brown skin, I be standing 5'10", I be rocking it when I be in your vicinity. Raw style synergy, recognize symmetry. Come try to injure me, broke them down chemically. Ain't the number 10 MC, talking about how I be. Styled it like Kennedy, late like a 10 to 3. When I say when I be, girls say Ben I key, cause this still 10 to be. Way out like Tennessee, take me to a place called the BK without pause or delay. Get run like pen relay, don't deal what he say, she say, ain't working for no cheap pay. The Most Def beat play, this what the streets say. Hey, Mr. DJ, play that Devil Mogan, that jam got me open. Decide to break it broken, from front, side to side, middle to back, never the whack. I come from Bed-Stuy Black, from Louis AVE to be exact. Brooklyn!
Yeah, that was a great movie, a great documentary. I forgot which documentary that was. If you guys know what's up, y'all could tell me. But yeah, man. Like I said, we ain't in the times anymore of doing the ciphering, or maybe we are. And that's kind of probably where Mos is coming from, and maybe that's what he's talking about, now that I think about it. Maybe we want to go back to that. I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe conscious raps are coming back, because even some of the music that we've been dropping and some of the beats and stuff that I've been working on with other rappers and producers, I'm starting to see them get more plays on Spotify. And I'm starting to think like maybe times are changing where people are kind of tired of the music that they're being fed. I mean, I know that I am. I listen to the radio, and I don't really listen to the radio to listen to the radio. I just listen to it for research purposes. Okay? But what I do find interesting is that 9 times out of 10, when I'm listening to the radio, I hear Drake on several stations at the same time. And I'm just flipping through the radio and I'm just hearing Drake. And I remember hearing other producers saying this years ago, yo. Like, I'm talking like maybe almost, wow. And if you think about it, yeah, Drake came out, 2008, 2009? And he's kind of been current and relevant ever since. So to be killing the industry for at least the last 10 years is pretty dope. But then again, I got to say this. Was he really? Or was the machine just really pushing him for that long? Because if you ask me my honest opinion, like one of the other homies just said, Thunderdam Beats, thank you so much, homie, for your comment. I appreciate that. If you ask me, I agree with you, man. I feel that after, if you're reading this, it's too late. I feel that his music fell off. It was just the same stuff, man. It was just the same shit. He was just talking about the same stuff. He wasn't talking about nothing different. As a matter of fact, Drake even got some songs where it's like, what are you talking about, dude? What do you, I would take you down the 6 with my woes. What the hell does that even mean? What does that mean, man? If you go back and you listen to that song, what does it mean? It just sounds cool. Like, and I think that goes back to what Mos was saying, is that it's likable. It's likable. Drake, I'm telling you. Now, I'm not taking nothing away from Drake. Let me go ahead and say this for the record, too. I'm not taking nothing away from Drake. We may have to edit this video, but it's all good. Because let me say this, man. He does understand the formula, and he understands the science. For Drake to get to the level of fame and success that he is at is because he understands the science. So I'm not taking anything away from Drake, okay? Nothing away from him. Because it's like, yo, what was the word that homegirl used? Let me go back to that. I just want to make sure I, say it correctly how she said it. What was the word that, or the terminology that she had used? If we go back to that, she had said something about it being formulaic. Yeah, that was the word. Formulaic. Like, they understand the formula. Drake understands it. So in order to get to that level of fame and success, you have to understand formula, okay? So Drake, like I said earlier, he's not out there just rapping. He's not going into the studio and just kicking rhymes and just rapping in the studio, just like, oh, I hope this one works and I hope that one works. I mean, obviously now Drake is so famous that he could do like Kanye did the scoopity poop. He could do something like that and probably sell millions of records. I mean, Drake is that famous now to where it doesn't even matter, right? But I like the fact where Mos Def, and I know his name is now Yasiin Bey, but I still like to refer to him like Mos Def. Just like how Kanye changed his name to Ye, and he prefers Ye, but everybody still says Kanye. I feel that when he said it's likable, if y'all dissect that code word, that basically means when he says likable, it basically means that he understands the formula and that he knows certain rhythms and tones and frequencies that are gonna get you like, oh, okay, yeah. It's almost like he's got people like hypnotized. It's almost like somewhat of a brainwashing. And let's get these likes and the subscribes up, yo. I need to get this message out here, yo. So if y'all can help out with the likes, the subscribes, you know what I mean? Comment, let me know what you think. But also share this video so we can get this message out here, because I know I hear some people breaking it down, but I don't really hear a lot of people out there, especially on YouTube, really breaking this down, or that got the knowledge and the research that we got. Because like I said, man, I go back to Little Brother. Let me go back. Let me see what you said, Thunderdam Beats. You said, I love Little Brother. Very underrated. Yes, thank you for that, man. That is very true, man. Little Brother is so underrated. And let me just say this again. Drake is so trying to copy Fonte. I mean, now Drake took the style and did his own thing. It's kind of like Young Thug and Lil Wayne, right? When Young Thug first came out, wasn't he trying to bite Lil Wayne? And then now he developed his own style out of it. But I guess that's what people do, which is understandable. You are inspired by certain artists and you take their style a little bit and then you flip it and you find your own style through it. So we can't be too mad at that. But yes, like you said, I mean, let's just go back to it. Let's just go back to it because it is such a great point. Where he said it's likable or whatever.
Commercial music.
Or it's
Commercial music, yeah.
shopping with an edge in certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
I mean, do we say the target part? Let's just go
Compatible
both.
with shopping. Drake is pop to me, in the sense like if I was in Target in Houston and I heard a Drake song, it feels like a lot of his music is compatible with shopping.
Commercial music.
Or it's
Commercial music, yeah.
shopping with an edge in certain instances.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Of course, I mean,
It's
I get
commercial, entertaining, fun,
It's-
good,
it's-
formulaic music.
It's likable.
Likeable music, yeah.
It's likable.
But is it?
That's the part that I just love so much, where he said it's likable. I mean, I don't know if people really understand what that means. That's a music industry term, okay? That's not somebody just saying, "Oh, it's likable." And thank you for the likes. I appreciate it, man. I'm getting this message out here. Like, that is the whole goal, man, is to get this message out here and let people know what's up. I appreciate the fact that he says, when he says it's likable, that means that he's not making music that's like too rough or too hard or too threatening or, just too emotional or has like this powerful, strong message in it. He's not making music like that at all. He's making likable music to where you could play and you can hear, and it could be in a, it's subtle. Like, you can hear it at a grocery store while you're shopping and buying groceries, or at Target. And I could see why most brought up Target, because it's like you can hear the music while you're shopping and it makes you want to shop. It makes you want to buy things, because that's what Drake is talking about. He's talking about making money. He's talking about spending money. And so when you hear that subconsciously, it makes you want to do the same. So as I analyze it and I go deeper into it, that's exactly what it is, man. And now I see where Mos is coming from, because let me tell you something, man. I've been listening to Mos for a long time, since the 90s. As I mentioned before, Mos Def is one of my favorite rappers, one of my top favorite rappers of all time. Okay? So I think, and I've actually had the pleasure of meeting Mos Def before. He was really cool, man. I actually got to give him my vinyl. Was actually at a show. He was there just chilling at some show, man. It was like a local show up in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, Mos Def is up in here just chilling. No security, no bodyguards, nothing. Just chilling. I was like, man, respect. And he was like super big at this time too. This wasn't just recently. This was like years ago, when he was like just did like Black Star and doing all that stuff. So I was actually really surprised to just see him hanging out at the club. He wasn't performing or nothing. He was just chilling, just hanging out, watching the DJs, and just hanging out with a few friends. So I feel like I understand his thought process here. And what he is talking about is that the music subliminally makes you want to buy and consume, because that's what Drake is talking about, is consumerism. And he basically is helping the economy and the agenda and pushing the economy as far as to consumption. So there's a whole deeper metaphorically background to this that I don't think that a lot of people have psychologically analyzed. It's very deep. It's very deep if you think about it. And this, real quick, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but this real quick makes me want to bring it to women. Because a lot of people have said women have, this is who loves his music, right? And it's funny because I remember I used to have these arguments with my homies back in the days where they would say, oh, Drake makes music for young teenage girls. And I'm like, nah, not really, man. Because to be honest with you, I mean, that might have been the case back in those days. But now a lot of those girls have grown up and now they're women. And they still, some of them listen to Drake. So I feel like they're still pushing Drake onto the mainstream. And this is probably another reason why he has all the new young rappers like Yeet and Sexy Red. And I don't know whoever else was on for all the dogs. But that's probably why he's getting all these young rappers on his stuff so he could still stay relevant. And this is why Joe Budden went on his podcast and said, you need to start hanging out with people your own age. I completely see what he's talking about. Like, Drake is still trying to stay relevant to the younger generation. And it's like, yo, man, you damn near 40 years old, yo. And it's all good. Like, age is nothing but just a number, right? Or it's all good, man. Like, who cares how old a man is? I get it, man. You still want to be young. You still want to appeal to the youth. You know, you start seeing like, oh, man, you know 40-year-old women ain't trying to really go out to your concert. You know, the people that are going to go to the shows are going to be most likely in their teens and 20s. 30 and up, mid-30s and up, they ain't got time for that, man. You know, they got work, they got jobs, they got kids, they got marriages, they got mortgages. You know what I'm saying? They don't really have time to be at a concert. So I get it. You want to appeal to the Rolling Loud, that type of a fan base. So what does he have to do? He has to do whatever he could do in his power to stay relevant. And it's like, yo, man, I completely get it. And like I said, man, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I feel that this is such an important subject. And I'm so happy that this topic is trending. Because let me tell you, man, Mos Def, if any rapper other than Pusha T is going to call out or call out Drake, it's got to be Mos Def. And I like the way Mos Def put this interview together because he doesn't sound threatening. Like when Pusha T came out and was speaking on Drake, it was like, yo, man, I'm going to crush you, F your empire, I'm taking you down. That's the way Pusha T came into it, and that's the way Pusha T speaks on it in interviews. So I got to say, man, it's so refreshing to hear somebody like a Yasiin Bey, Mos Def, say his thoughts on Drake, and not in a I would say it wasn't disrespectful. Like some people said, it was just his opinion. It was his opinion of how he felt. But let's be real, yo. It's the opinion of how a lot of us feel. Thank you for your comment, Sashay M. You're just happy to hear anything from Mos Def. I agree with you on that. I agree with you. I'm just happy to hear anything from Mos Def too. Mos Def is one of the greatest MCs of all time. Black on both sides. And just in case if you guys are unaware of the album, let me pull it up for you guys. Let me pull up the album for you guys so you guys can do your own Google research and you can check it out for yourself. Come on, I mean, Miss Fat Booty, I wish I could play that song, but, you know, they're going to flag it. I mean, they probably already flagged the video already. But, yeah, I mean, this is the Wikipedia link. Yeah, the Black on Both Sides. Classic album, man. One of the best albums. And if you guys are wondering, well, what does that title mean, Black on Both Sides? Well, he's basically saying when he says black on both sides, it means he's talking about the Oreo cookie. Like, you know how you got the people that are black on the outside but white on the inside, meaning that they don't really care about black culture or black politics. He's basically saying that he's black on both sides. I'm black on the outside and I'm black on the inside. Go listen to this solo album by Mos Def. This has got to be one of the dopest albums. I mean, yeah, when I really think about it, man, come on. Does this album get mentioned enough in the top 10 hip-hop albums? I mean, you know, maybe people aren't going to put it in the top 10 hip-hop albums. I can understand that because it is such a difficult list to be in, and that list could be forever changing. I mean, I think a lot of people do agree that there are a few that are definitely in there, which is like Nas, Illmatic, Dr. Dre, The Chronic. There's a few others in there. I don't know how y'all feel about Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt, but I could see Reasonable Doubt in the top 10 hip-hop albums of all time. But Mos Def, Black on Both Sides, to me, has definitely got to be it's definitely got to be in my top 20. I would definitely say top 20. Top 25 for sure. Top 25 hip-hop albums of all time for sure. This and the beats on this album, I mean, I might even go back and re-listen to this again. Not me. I mean, this is an album I definitely do listen to from time to time. But I will say that if you even go back and listen to the album, some of the beats on there actually sound very melodic and, you know, trance and stuff like that. Like, they don't just sound hip hop, electronic and stuff. Like, it almost sounds like his album actually might be more relevant today than it was when it came out. And like I said, when he had that one verse that he was kicking about the Palestine, look at where we at now. It's almost like his raps have traveled through time. Literally, his raps have traveled through time, because it's almost like Mos Def's raps and the albums that he dropped and what he was talking about is almost more relevant today than it was when it dropped. Do y'all remember Respiration with was it High Tech and Kweli? And let's not mention another underground or underrated producer, which is High Tech. Come on, and they had Common on this track. I don't think y'all really know, man. I don't think y'all really know like what these gentlemen accomplished in hip hop. I don't think y'all really know. How many of y'all know what's up with Black Star, man? Can y'all make some noise? Can y'all give me some likes? Yeah, Umi says, shine your light on the world. Thank you, Sasha. I hope you're subscribed, because we're going to keep this dropping. And thank you for the likes and all that and the chats. I appreciate y'all, because we got to get this message out here, man. This is what we do. For those of y'all that are just tuning in, or those of y'all that don't know what this is about or what I'm about, this is beatGrade. We talk about real hip-hop, man. That's why it's beatGrade, because we talk about beats and we grading them like if we was in school, because we are in school. And right now, I'm taking y'all to school, because that's where we at right now, man. That's what this is, man. This is real hip-hop. That's what we talk about right here, man. And like I said, if y'all want to know what's up with real hip-hop and we want to build this community of real hip-hop, then y'all got to be down with us. Thank you. I appreciate the comments coming in. Thank you, Trayvon Chapman. I see you. Shout out to all y'all. Shout out to Lyleman. Shout out to Thunderdam Beats. Shout out to Shasha M. Shout out to Trayvon. I appreciate y'all. Please like and subscribe. And share this video, because I feel like we've been going in on this, man. We've been talking about Fonte. We've been talking about Little Brother. We've been talking about Mos Def. We've been talking about Drake. We've been talking about all the mainstream rappers. We've been talking about how in the world does Ice Spice have Grammy nominations? We know why, because the record labels pay for that. The record labels pay to be on the mainstream radio stations. They also pay for Spotify streams. This is what Russ has been talking about. If y'all know about Russ, go look up his Twitter. I appreciate following Russ. And thank y'all again for the likes and the subscribes and the chats. I really appreciate y'all. If y'all go check out Russ's Twitter page, he is basically exposing the record industry on his whole Twitter account. And just talking about how record companies pay for Spotify streams. Now, yes, I think they pay for them to a certain extent, to where now they're probably doing those numbers on their own. But I will say real quick, man, that Ice Spice is an industry plant, yo. She's an industry plant. And the record company put all this money into her because she has this look, and she can maybe rap a few bars. Because now it's like, remember back in the days when you actually had to know how to kind of sing? You didn't have to be the greatest singer in the world, but you had to be able to at least know how to carry a note. Now it's like the opposite. You just got to know how to like rap some bars. Look at Jaden. Alexis, what's the girl that's down with Blueface? We ain't even going to pull that up, because we're talking about real hip hop today. And thank you for the likes and the subscribes again. You know, because we already talked about, what's it called? We already talked about Lil Nas X's dumbass. I really wonder about that brother, man. Side note, I want to interview him. If anybody got the contact to Lil Nas X, I mean, I know he's so mainstream and he's a multi-millionaire, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yo, put me in touch with some of these artists, because I am not starstruck at all by any of you. Doja Cat, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, whoever else. I'm gonna come to you, Trayvon, too. Thank you for your chat. I actually met Kweli too, and I got a story for you that's gonna be interesting. But I'm not intimidated to ask real questions to these artists, even though I do like Doja Cat. I did enjoy her last album, but I will say, like, Lil Nas X, I got some questions for you, and it actually isn't just about your take on religion. It actually is more so, what happened, man? Like, your image, your gimmick, your whole look, it changed, man. It changed into something else. Something else really crazy, man. And why did you go from the terminology of country star or whatever, maybe it was the genre, whatever you want to call it. How did you go from country star to now being hip hop rapper? I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. And why are you calling yourself a rapper? And why did your last song try to copy Kendrick Lamar so bad? I don't get it. So this is what I'm saying, man. We're speaking on the realness today. We're speaking on the real hip hop, man. That's what it is. Talib Kweli, Mos Def, Black Star, Dave Chappelle, and those of y'all that are just tuning in, let me go back to this powerful image. Let me go back to this powerful image of Talib Kweli, Madlib, Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, Mos Def, and the RZA. Make some noise, man. Make some noise for this. I wish I had the hand clap right here. Maybe I do, actually. Maybe I do. Give me a second. Because we got to pull up the hand clap for this. I think I do. I don't have it on my other sound effects, but... yeah, there we go. There we go. Make some noise, yo. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, the room of people right here is amazing, man. This is an amazing room of people. Imagine being just in this room. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, we talking about real hip hop. We talking about people that influence real shit. I mean, the fact that the RZA just happens to be hanging out here. Like, what's the RZA just doing in this room? Wu-Tang. In case y'all don't know who the RZA is, because I know some of y'all like, who's RZA? And it's not some of y'all fault. I understand. Some of y'all don't do your research. Some of you will just listen to the bullshit that the mainstream feeds you. You don't go and say, oh, you know what? See, that's the difference with me and the people that I came up with. We never really just listened to what the radio or what the mainstream was pushing on us. We actually would go to the record stores and dig through the crates and look through the records and like find records that we liked. Of course, like album covers attracted you, but you're like, oh, that's a dope cover. Let me see what they got. I remember seeing an EPMD album cover that I didn't even really know anything about EPMD. I just liked the album cover, so I went and I got that record. So that's what I'm saying, man. We come from the generation of, you know, not looking or just listening to what's being fed. So I understand that some people are like, who's RZA? They might know who Wu-Tang is. They might have heard of Wu-Tang, of course, now, because now they got a TV show right on Hulu. So it's like, oh, now you know who Wu-Tang is. And that's cool. Hey, thankfully you do. Thankfully, Wu-Tang was one of those groups that was so underground that finally became mainstream. But it's like, yo, it's funny how some people are like, they just don't know Little Brother. They don't know Wu-Tang, or they don't know the RZA or certain members of the group other than Method Man. And why do they just know Method Man? Because he's that one that acts. He's the actor. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. Like I said, we're speaking about real hip-hop here, man. I really want to say this real quick. I'm going to jump onto your chats in a second, but I want to speak on Madlib real quick. Let me zoom in on Madlib just in case, because, I mean, it's kind of hard to zoom in on it right there. But, like, look, if you see right here Madlib, you see Kweli, Dave Chappelle, but right here, the gentleman right here with the sunglasses on, that's Madlib, okay? Now, if y'all don't know, Madlib is probably one of the greatest producers of all time. Madlib is Kanye's idol. I believe that Kanye actually wants to be like Madlib, okay? Madlib would be just as big as Kanye if he had the same personality as Kanye. Do y'all agree? Now, I've actually also have had the pleasure of meeting Madlib. Man, I don't even want to go into details about that, but man, I gotta tell you, like, Madlib actually told us one time that we put out a record once. I was in this group, you know, we were signed to Fat Beats. Shout out Fat Beats, and we actually got a new project that we're working on with Fat Beats, so be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna promote that probably on the beatGrade channel later on, so be on the lookout. But yeah, we were signed to Fat Beats at the time, and I had a record that was going out, you know, with the group that I was in. And Madlib heard the album. Shout out Percy P. Percy P told Madlib to listen to the record, so he listened to it, and he came up to me later on. I saw him at one party because this was like, you know, when we was at shows, we was rocking shows, so you know, you see people all the time, right? You was in that circuit, right? And I saw Madlib later on at another event. And he actually had a crowd of people around him, as he always does, because a lot of people that know what's up know who Madlib is. And he had a whole entourage and a crowd of people around him, and he saw me walking through the party. And he remembered when I was with Percy P, and we gave him the record. And it was actually on a vinyl, too, on a vinyl 12-inch. So I think that also stood out to him, too, where he's like, oh, it's on a 12-inch? I definitely got to listen to this. It wasn't like I just gave him a tape or a CD, you know? Madlib stepped out of the whole group of people. He had a whole group of people around him. He stood out of the group of people and came up to me and said, hey, man, I checked out your music. It was dope. Man, I got to say, that's probably one of the greatest moments ever that I've ever experienced, is Madlib telling me that he appreciated my beats. Let me say this, man. Madlib is one of the greatest producers of all time. And in case if you don't remember and if you don't believe me, he did an album called, what was it? Which I think is like also one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time. It's very underrated. Is the J-Lib project. Maybe we should just pull it up. Yeah, y'all know about the J-Lib, where it's Madlib and JD. Or, you know, back in those days, see, that's how old school I am. Back in those days, he used to go by JD, but now he goes by Dilla. Because the reason why he had to change his name from JD to Dilla is because there was Jermaine Dupri. And a lot of people refer to Jermaine Dupri as JD. So he had to change his name to Dilla. But Madlib did an album with Dilla called the J-Lib, which is JD and Madlib together. One of the greatest, most underrated hip-hop albums of all time. And if you don't know this album, which I'm going to play some kind of a horn. One of the... Yeah, man.
Come on.
One of the most underrated albums. Let me sound some more horns. Let's just... We got to sound some. Y'all got to go listen to this. Here we go, right here. Sound it. That's a Dilla horn, too. I think he's the one that made that horn famous in hip-hop. So that's what I'm saying, man. This album right here that a lot of y'all podcasters and all y'all people out there using that horn, Dilla's actually the one that made that horn famous in hip-hop. Let me see if I can play it one more time in case y'all forgot which horn I'm talking about. Not that one. It's this one. Yeah, Dilla actually made that popular. So yeah, y'all got to go back and listen to this album right here. We don't even need to get into Doom, do we? We don't need to get into MF Doom. I bet you that if Doom was here and he said something about Drake, which he would, y'all probably would go back and say, Drake will run circles around Doom. Oh man, oh my God, right? We already know ignorant hip hop heads would say something dumb like that. Come on, man. But like I said, for those of y'all just tuning in, please let's get the likes and subscribes up. Check out this album. If you guys have not heard this album, I guarantee you will not regret it. This is one of the greatest hip hop albums ever recorded. And I'm so surprised that I don't think that I see it on more top 10, top 20 lists. But yeah, so Madlib is a legend. He's a legend. I'm trying to tell y'all that these people right here, this is your producers' favorite producers. All y'all out here that are on Kanye's jock, all y'all out here that are excuse my French for lack of a better word, dick riding Kanye. This is who he looks up to. These are the two producers that Kanye emulates. Is Madlib and Dilla, let alone RZA. And if y'all don't believe me, what you see right here, RZA, if y'all don't believe me, and by the way, this photo, if you guys want to see this photo, it's on Talib Kweli's Facebook account. This photo right here, like, look at RZA. If y'all don't believe me that Kanye was trying so hard to be RZA too, like, two of these people in this picture are Kanye's idols. And the reason why I bring up Kanye is because y'all talk trash about all the rappers that came out around the same time. And then you guys are like, oh, Kanye's the greatest. And everybody that knows me knows that I'm the ultimate Kanye fan. And I have the right to say that. Because why? Because all my people know that we knew about Kanye way before he was famous. I'm going to drop another jewel. Did y'all know that Kanye actually has production credit on Black Star? Kanye did Brown Skin Lady, because I thought the High Tech did the whole album. You know what I mean? Like I said, I do my research, right? Let's go to Genius real quick, because Genius always has good information on, you know, for the most part, who produced what. Well, whatever. Let's see. If you could pull it up real quick. Oh, this is who sampled. Let me go to Genius real quick. Give me a second, y'all. Black Star. Yeah, Kanye did the production. Because, like I said, I thought that High Tech, who's also very underrated and one of my favorite producers of all time, I thought that High Tech did all the production on Black Star. But come to find out, there was a couple other producers on there, which I think also 88 Keys, who we see right here, who's now famous. You know, somewhat famous. Didn't 88 Keys do some work on the Vultures, the new Kanye album that's supposed to come out? So you see, like, this is all connected, yo. Like, y'all just go and you guys just buy the music and you don't do your research and you don't read stuff. So before y'all start yapping and talking and like, Mos Def and da. Like, hey, Mos Def is still somewhat connected to Kanye, who y'all are on his jock. Wow, it says produced by J-Rawls, but I could have sworn that I checked the credits on this and it was produced by Kanye. Interesting. I gotta Wikipedia this real quick because this is interesting. Black Star. I gotta Wikipedia this real quick. Hold on. I could have sworn that project was produced, or that track was produced by Kanye. Because I remember reading the credits. Let's do a control. All right. Maybe I doubt it, because I remember reading that when I bought the album, you know, back in those days when people actually used to buy albums. But let's look up J-Rawls real quick. Maybe Kanye was trying to steal the credit for that. Is this a producer that we need to look at? Of course. Yeah, we might not have done a top 10 on him yet. We're gonna dig into his discography. We will definitely dig into his discography because I have heard J-Rawls a few times. All right, but check this out. I mean, that makes the point even more valid in some ways, though, that this is how bad Kanye was trying to be down with Black Star. But if y'all go back and y'all listen to College Dropout, and you listen to the samples, and you listen to the sped up Chaka Khan Through the Wire, all the sped up 70s soul samples, isn't this how RZA started too? Or how he did with Wu-Tang? He took a bunch of those old 70s soulful samples and sped them up. Kanye West was heavily, whatever word you want to use, all of the above. He was heavily influenced by the RZA. So my point is that a lot of these people in this room influenced who a lot of y'all call and consider the greatest rapper of all, or one of the greatest producers of all time. Let me check out some of your comments real quick. Yeah, Trayvon, thank you so much for the chats, man. I really appreciate you. I hope you guys are subscribed and all that. Yeah. Oh yeah, Pete Rock. I think Kanye actually shouted out Pete Rock too. Beat Miners, definitely. I love Black Moon. Black Moon Entered the Stage is one of the greatest albums. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys want to keep saying how hip hop is elevated. You can't say that hip hop has elevated when we probably will not listen to these rappers later on. Like, you know who was that rapper that came in? The Plug Talk, Rich Boy, whatever his name was. I don't even remember their names, but that's what I'm saying. Soulja Boy, Rich Boy, all these rappers that came out that are just so irrelevant. So what do they do now? They argue on Twitter and they have to do boxing matches because nobody cares to listen to their music. And that's what Mos was basically making his statement, where he said, what happens after you make all your money and the song and dance is out there and the empire crumbles? What, does your music stand the test of time? Whereas Mos Def, Kweli, Black Star, their music still stands the test of time. If you go back and you listen to Respiration, you know what I'm saying? Like let me pull that up real quick. If y'all go watch this video, we can't play the video, but you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Isn't this like one of the greatest rap songs, rap videos of all time, Respiration? If you guys go back and you guys watch this, it still is relevant today. Whereas, let me ask y'all a real question. What is Drake talking about on For All the Dogs? He ain't talking about nothing. Yeah. Illa J is actually, Trayvon, just let you know, I see your comment about Illa J. Illa J is actually Dilla's brother. It's not his son. It's his brother. Who we've actually interviewed too. You guys should check that out. If you go to our channel and look up interviews. Yeah. House Shoes too, man. House Shoes is the homie, Sasha or Seisha. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right, but yeah. Yeah. House Shoes is dope. Who I've met a couple times too, man. One of the dope DJs. Thank you for reminding me, man. Since y'all said that, I think I got some footage of House Shoes DJing a gig, and it was a pretty dope set. I never released that video, but maybe I need to go back and pull that up. Let's see if we can get some more commentary here. Probably can't really play too much because, now everything gets flagged on YouTube. By the way, I'll start streaming on some other platforms, and we may open up a Patreon, so I'd really appreciate it if you guys could also support the Patreon once we get that going. Hold on, we'll just go play this real quick.
Symmetry. Brown skin, I be standing 5'10", I be rocking it when I be in your vicinity. Raw style synergy, recognize symmetry. Come outside the engine me, broke them down chemically. Ain't the number 10 MC, talking about how when I be. Styled it like Kennedy, late like a 10 to 3. When I say when I be, girls say when I key, cause this still 10 to be. Way out like Tennessee, take me to a place called the BK without pause or delay. Get run like pen relay, don't deal with he say, she say. Ain't working for no cheap pay. The Mos Def beat play, this what the streets say. Hey, Mr. DJ, play that double Mogan. That jam got me open. Decide to break it broken. From front, side to side, middle to back. Never the whack. I come from Bed Stuy Black. From Louis AVE to be exact. Brooklyn!
Yeah, man, what a great... the video's probably going to get flagged anyway, so I might as well just play this. I might take it out later on, but I'll just play it for all y'all that are streaming right now with us. Early Kanye, young Kanye.
In 2 words, United States, no love, no breaks, low brow, high stakes.
Probably one of the dopest verses.
Big Mac,
probably one of the dopest verses on College Dropout. This is on College Dropout, Kanye's album, Early Kanye. This is when the Dave Chappelle show. I'm not sure if this is season 1 or 2. But it's definitely Chappelle's show. And that was the other dope thing about Chappelle's show, is that not only did he have the dope skits, but he also brought on the up-and-coming rappers and dope MCs on his show and did that little hip hop segment. So I think that's how Chappelle also got down with the hip hop community, is that he showed you, obviously he knows real music. I mean, didn't he have like Dead Prez? He always opened up with Dead Prez. So Chappelle is definitely a leader in letting you know and keeping mainstream hip hop, or keeping real hip hop in the mainstream, shall I say. You know, not too many people were doing that, man. Thank you to Dave Chappelle. That might even be some of the reasons why Dave Chappelle is also so famous. I don't think it's just for his comedy, because, I mean, his comedy's good. It's good, you know, but to be honest with you, and I'm not just saying this to jump on a bandwagon or nothing, because I've been saying this as well, that I think that Cat Williams is a little bit funnier. But shout out to Dave Chappelle. I think that he is still relevant and keeps himself relevant because he's also very much so in touch with the hip hop community. Yeah, I mean, that was some real hip hop right there. Now, we all know about that Drink Champs interview too, right? Where Kanye says that he's not really a backpack rapper and he was just doing that to, again, I don't know, maybe the Illuminati got hold of Kanye too. As we already know, Kim Kardashian and all that. This is way before all of that. Way before all of that. But yeah, man, this is my point. Let's just analyze a lot of it. Analyze the whole situation. The whole interview. Let's see. I don't know if we could play all of this, but I think this is some of the other interview. Let me see if we have a longer segment of it. I think we have the longer segment of it.
Some time now, and working is a very loosely defined term. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, that's a king, but what's a crown to the clouds? Right? You know, and the kingdoms come and go. You know, as the Hopi chief said famously in one of his exchanges, he said, "We were told that America was the thing that we would see come and go." So this idea of permanence via brute force is just not historically supported. And if you doubt it, well, then you go to any museum of antiquity and see where all of the thugging gets the thugs.
It comes to an end. It does.
And a messy end, and it's never to their benefit. So I guess everybody who sells dope is like, nah, see, but what I'm gonna do, it's like, okay, well, you know, the dope game is cursed, and so is the dope. Mm-hmm. So, good luck with that. Now, there's people who will oppose at every level. There are people who are in the active, like, hand-to-hand struggle, and each one is called for what they are called for. But for people that are not called to actually having to fight in that way, then support the advancement of humanity and the advancement of the cosmic situation that every human being is, to destroy it and to rob it of vitality or to try to steal its joy, even to attempt to do it, is a grave disorder. There will be punished. And the reckoning is not only coming, it is here from ends that the oppressor does not yet perceive, and the last ones to know. And by the time that they realize it, it's already too late. So I know it's heartbreaking. You should be heartbroken. That means your heart is working. If you're heartbroken and it's distressing, that means that you are sane. You are a functioning individual. If you are uncomfortable and you're maladjusted to a sick society, it means that you are healthy. I am mourning for all of us, but also I didn't get bombed today.
Right.
Literally, but figuratively, we're all getting carpet bombed. Mm-hmm. Even the carpet bombers. So that's the facts. Nonetheless, who will remain? And I'm not just talking about in flesh and blood, but in spirit. Who will remain? 20 and 50 years from now, what will people say of the people of Gaza or Philistine that they are not saying today, or that they say with bated breath, or that they're afraid to say? Or let alone what people say, what do the angels say? What is God saying about what we do? Well, I believe that God is not interested in our misery. That this is a challenging time, sure, to say the least. But I can't embrace despair, even though it sometimes feels very attractive and sensible to do so. You know, through the demise, my heart is still alive. It looks awful outside, but it's still worth a try.
Kicking some raps, man, in his lyrics, man. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Patreon, that's where we all got to go now, man. We all got to go on the Patreon. So I hope that y'all support the channel, support us. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. I'm sorry if the sound went out. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty there. Hopefully, say Shia, hopefully we had the sound on for a little bit here and there. Let me know if it was going out at some points. But yeah, man, before we close this, because, you know, we've been on the stream for what, almost 2 hours now? Which is great. I love doing these long streams because when we do these playbacks, that's when the hits really come in too. But I might stay on for a little bit more because this subject is just so important, man. Like, I feel like even though we've been on this call for like 2 hours almost, I feel like we've only just scraped the surface, man, of what's going on here, because this is something that really needs to be talked about. I appreciate the fact that Yasiin went on to speak about Palestine and what's going on. And like me, I'm not going to get too political, but can we get a little political real quick? Did y'all see that Vivek speech that he did where people started yelling at him? Oh, man, I might have to play a little bit of that since we on a little bit of a political subject for a second. I know it's a little off topic, but I might go find that in a second just because that was interesting how these people started yelling at him. And I just said to myself, when I saw that, I was like, man, I could never be a president or run for president. Like, it almost seems like that's kind of scary, man, to have people just yelling in your face and you're trying to talk to them. You're trying to answer the question to them, whether they agree with you or not. But they're just sitting there yelling at you and screaming at you. Woo! I might have to play that little bit of a clip since we're talking about it. But I see where a lot of people are coming from when they're saying, hey, you know what? Y'all ain't talking about what's going on. Drake, you talk about how you Jewish. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't talking about what's going on. Let's see if we still got that image up. Yeah, this image right here. This is the Drake image right here. Him in the Lamborghini. This is the image that I want to go back to from time to time. I want to go back to this image from time to time because this is what he's talking about. And it's so funny how so many women just be like, oh, that's a real man. That's a real man. And it's like, yo, a man doesn't always have to flaunt his money and cars to show you how much of a real man is, because that's what Mos Def is talking about. After you got all the money and you got all the hoes and you got all the Louis Vuitton bags and jewelry and Gucci belts and the Balenciaga, what's next? What's next, Drake? Not just the Drake, but all the other rappers. And can I tell y'all this real quick while we're on the subject? The Drake and Lil Yachty picture where Lil Yachty's wearing nail polish and oh my God. It's just, and like I said, I'm not trying to hate. Don't call me homophobic, but this is like the gayest thing I've ever seen. This is the gayest thing I have ever seen. Let me tell y'all real quick. This right here is not hip hop. This right here is not hip hop. Let me sound the alarm on that. Give me a second, because I don't have my thing. Thank you. This is not hip hop right here. especially the way Lil Yachty is sitting and the fact that he has nail polish on. This is to me, like, the more I look at this, I got to tell y'all, this is a very disturbing image to me. This is disturbing. And like I said again, can we get the likes and the subscribes up? Because we got to get this message out here, yo. I need to get this message out here. But this is not hip-hop to me. And I might even keep this going, man, because I feel like, to tell you the truth, I could talk about this all night. And I hope y'all are enjoying your Sunday. I'm going to try to come to y'all every Sunday, yo. Y'all tell me, man, we're gonna run this like church now. We're gonna run this like church because I think, like, we need this, man. We need this, and we need education, and here we are, man. Especially the fact that we got an election coming up this year. We already know it's about to get crazy, man. We already know it's about to be so much that's about to be happening. But like I said, this image right here is not hip-hop. So when people say that Drake is hip-hop, y'all got to realize real quick that this is not hip-hop. This is not rap. Okay? And, I mean, you might say it's rap. I don't know, but it's not hip-hop. I know. I'm sorry. I know that a lot of y'all don't want to see this pathetic image. Sad, right? Rappers of today, rappers of yesterday. We're going to leave this one up because we might have to come back to reference this. I'm happy that Mos is speaking on this. So when people say, oh, why is Drake not speaking on Palestine? Why is he not speaking on Israel? Why is he not speaking on the war? But that's not the music that he makes, and he doesn't make that type of music. And even if he did make that, somewhat, if he did speak that, I mean, he can't. He can't because he's part of the system. I really think that. I really think in some ways that it's not really Drake's fault. Sorry if you got a little bit of feedback there. I'm willing to say that I don't think it's really Drake's fault, man. I think that there's a possibility that Drake might be controlled in some ways by the powers that be. And the powers that be might be telling Drake that, hey, you know what? You can't talk about this. Because if you talk about this, it's going to stop the record sales. It's going to stop the economy. Like, I almost feel, and this probably goes back to Mos Def's point about Target, about comparing Drake's music to shopping at Target, which is a great analogy. Such a great analogy, man. That's why Mos Def is a genius. He's a genius, man. Couldn't have said it better myself. And it's just like the way Mos Def put it was just so real and so non-threatening. Let me repeat that because I don't know if I want to make sure I said that clearly. The way Mos Def did it was just so, non-threatening and just so it was just like, man, that how if you have to take notes on how to diss somebody in a polite way, that was like the most polite disrespect I have ever seen. I almost feel like I need to take note on that. I need to take note on that. Like, if you're gonna disrespect somebody, it's like a Jordan Peterson. Y'all, I mean, I'm sure some of y'all out here know about Jordan Peterson. Which, thank you. I need to add Jordan Peterson to my list. Thank you so much. See, that's why I'm glad I didn't put this video out. I'm actually making a list of important white people to know about. And the reason why you might say, why are you doing that? The reason why I'm doing that is because some of my friends, my other friends that, are not Caucasian, they don't know who these people are. And I feel like, damn, has the mainstream been pushing Ice Spice and Sexy Red on you so much that you don't know who Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson are? It's pretty crazy, man. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine. I was like, oh, yeah, Joe Rogan said this about Cat Williams. That he said, you remember when Cat Williams was talking trash about Joe Rogan and saying that he's a gatekeeper and he only lets certain comedians on his platform that aren't funny? And then Joe Rogan actually went and tweeted out. We did a video on that. Y'all could go watch that. And then Joe Rogan actually tweeted out and said, hey, I love Cat Williams. I'd love to have Cat Williams on. And then I remember I was speaking to one of my friends about that. And I was like, yo, we all know who Cat Williams is in this particular circle. I'm sure there's probably some other circles with Caucasians that maybe don't know who Cat Williams is, right? Which is more understandable. I would actually be more understanding of people that didn't know who Cat Williams is, as to opposed to Joe Rogan. It's like, come on, man. Joe Rogan got a pretty powerful platform. He's pretty famous, right? He's pretty known on Spotify. He's pretty known on YouTube. He's pretty known on social media as a podcaster. I mean, he's kind of like, you could say technically the godfather of podcasting. So the fact that some people out there didn't know, whether you listen to hip hop or not, whether you listen to, whether you're into that comedy or you're into the topics that he talks about, the fact that people don't know who Joe Rogan is, I don't think it's a color thing. I don't think that you should just be like, oh, he's a white guy, I'm not going to listen to him. That's just like another form of racism, right? Y'all agree? Because it's just like, come on, man. The only reason why some people know who Mark Zuckerberg is because he publicly went out there and said that he is the CEO of Facebook and now Instagram. But Joe Rogan, it surprises me that some people don't know who Joe Rogan is. Now, I understand if you don't listen to Joe Rogan, hey, you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. You know, there's some content you prefer to listen to. There's some content you don't. Just like some of y'all might not like this content that I'm putting out. Some of y'all might not agree with this content. You'd be surprised on some of the haters that I get. Yo, I was out there talking trash about Lil Nas X's videos. Just to give an example. And the only reason why I keep bringing him up is because obviously he knows how to market himself, and he just dropped a new video that's very controversial right now. I don't even know if it's really controversial. It's just got people talking as he wants, right? But the funny thing is that we could all see that clearly it's a gimmick. Clearly he's lying. He even went on Twitter and lied about being accepted into a Christian church or a Christian university or whatever. Almost like Shia LaBeouf doing his religious thing. Can we pull that up too real quick? I want to pull that up. This is where, speaking of Joe Rogan, this is where I need like a Jamie. Hey Jamie, pull that up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to be doing everything. But right now we starting grassroots. That's why I said I really appreciate your likes, your subscribes, support the channel. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate all y'all because we doing this grassroots style. We coming up. Started from the bottom, now we here. You know what I'm saying? We coming up, man. I'm pulling up everything. I'm my own Joe Rogan and Jamie right now. Okay? But did you see that where Shia LaBeouf is like hanging out with a bunch of in the ministry or something? I don't know what he was doing. And then I did a little bit more research, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's because you're doing a movie. I don't know if he's really serious. It's almost like the Lil Nas X thing. It's like, is he really serious, or is it just because he's doing a movie? I don't know. Let's see if we can play it.
Shia LaBeouf. I'm completely immersed in something way bigger than myself. I don't know if I've ever met a group of men as immersed in anything in my life. It's super attractive to see people give themselves to something so divine, and it's heartwarming to know that that there's a brotherhood like this that exists. I've been met with nothing but grace since I've been here. I've tried to I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can compare this to in my life thus far, and I'm so honored.
Is it just me, or does Shia LaBeouf sound a little weird right here? Now look at him. He looks like he's trying to turn into Christ. He's saying that, what does the topic say? Shia LaBeouf officially converts to Catholicism, or however you say it. He's Catholic now, right? Basically, he's saying he's Catholic. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Can somebody in the comment section, if we're here, can someone tell me the difference between Rogan's a Satanist? Is he? I didn't know that. I didn't know. Say Shah, if I'm saying your name right. Say Shah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I did hear that. Thank you for the comments. What are you saying? Be careful for what? What do we need to be careful for? because we're going on the topic of religion, or we're talking about Christ. I'm just saying it's just really interesting how a lot of these celebrities are coming out and now talking about their religion so much. I mean, I know that celebrities have always talked about their religion, but wait, give me a second while I let this play. Let's just let this play. This is kind of strange. And then I find out that he's really filming a movie. He's filming a movie that's coming up that has to do with his take on Catholicism. But here, let's just let this play real quick.
Shia LaBeouf. I'm completely immersed in something way bigger than myself. I don't know if I've ever met a group of men as immersed in anything in my life. It's super attractive to see people give themselves to something so divine, and it's heartwarming to know that that there's a brotherhood like this that exists. I've been met with nothing but grace since I've been here. I've tried to I don't know. I don't know if there's anything.
I wish they didn't have the music playing. But I will say this though: is it just me, or does anybody else notice that Shia LaBeouf sounds very strange in this video? It almost sounds like he's been hypnotized. Like it sounds like he's under a spell. The beard, the look, he looks like Christ. He looks like the white version of Christ, shall I say? I wonder if what is going on here, man? What is going on here? This whole imagery, this video, I mean, it looks like a lot of people are with it. I mean, he seems humble with it. Last time.
I'm completely immersed in something way bigger than myself. I don't know if I've ever met a group of men as immersed in anything in my life. It's super attractive to see people give themselves to something so divine, and it's heartwarming to know that that there's a brotherhood like this that exists. I've been met with nothing but grace since I've been here. I've tried to I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can compare this to in my life thus far, and I'm so honored to meet you guys.
Thank you, Shia. Tell us a little bit about the project that you're working on.
We're making a film. Me, Abel Ferrer, and Willem Dafoe are making a movie called Padre Pio, about the great Padre Pio.
Did he say William Dafoe? Because, William Dafoe did The Last Temptation of Christ, which was a big movie.
We're making a film. Me, Abel Ferrer, and Willem Dafoe are making a movie called Padre Pio.
I think I'll definitely see that since William Dafoe's going to be in it. A lot of y'all that forget, William Dafoe also did a very religious movie, which was called The Last Temptation of Christ, which has nothing to do with the Passion of Christ. And a lot of y'all get that confused, but I just want to show y'all got to go see this movie. I know a lot of y'all have not seen this movie. This is one of my favorite movies of all time, where William Dafoe actually plays Christ. And you know how I feel sometimes. I have my feelings about a white man playing Christ, but it's okay. This movie was actually really great. It's not about who played Christ and all that. It's more so about the message. And this was a great message in this movie. So, and basically, if you want to know the rundown real quick, it basically shows Jesus as a man. It doesn't show Jesus coming in as a God. And then Passion of Christ focuses more on the crucifixion of Jesus. That's why it's interesting that they keep showing all the images of him holding a cross. But if you actually watch the movie, it shows more of him witnessing and him preaching and doing his spiritual talks, and it also shows him as a man. And it was based off of a book. It was based off of a book that a man had wrote, where it's supposed to be taking place of the gap of the Bible. And I'm about to break some knowledge down to y'all real quick. Maybe I should do a whole talk on this later. Start pulling up old films that were suppressed. And by the way, this film was suppressed by the Catholic Church. So that's another reason why you guys should go watch this movie. Anytime that the government or religion takes books or movies or some type of literature or knowledge out of society, I always go and do my research and try to find those books or those movies or that literature. Because I know that if the government doesn't want you to read this or see this, there must be some type of information in here. There must be some type of jewels up in here. And that's what I am saying about this movie, which is The Passion of Christ, which I also feel is a much better movie than The Passion of Christ. And it's funny because when I talk to people and I'm like, hey, did you see The Last Temptation of Christ with William Dafoe? Who you guys all know is in Spider-Man. So that's good. He's getting his money. He's getting his Marvel money or whatever. But I really do think that this is probably one of his best films, one of his most powerful films. And it's funny when I said, hey, did you guys see The Last Temptation of Christ to some people? And they were like, this is back in the days. I mean, now I don't even think people even care. But this is like when those movies were kind of popular. People did a little bit more research back then. They were like, no, I saw The Passion of Christ. I don't need to see Last Temptation of Christ. I was like, yo, they're two completely separate movies. The Passion of Christ by Mel Gibson only focuses on Jesus' crucifixion. It does not focus on what Jesus was doing when he was alive or what he was doing before the Roman Catholic Church came. And you're right. Let me be careful with what I'm talking about when I'm talking about religion. But let me ask you a question. Do I really have to be that careful when Lil Nas X just went and did his thing? Lil Nas X just came out and just did his thing about religion and Christianity. And a lot of people said, well, if that was Muslim, you already know what would have happened. You already know what time it is. But the fact that he came out and started talking about Christians, but then again, we can't really say that either because I think there's some Christians that take that very seriously as well. As a matter of fact, I have met some that take it very seriously. So we'll see what happens to Lil Nas X, how long he can play with religion, how long he can joke around and play with it. But this movie right here is a very powerful movie. If you guys haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It is called The Last Temptation of Christ. And it's basically about him going out into, the desert and meditating and fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. And the interesting thing, too, is that I just saw a video of Kevin Gates. You know, the rapper Kevin Gates. I got 2 phones, which is funny because I got more than 2 phones, and everybody always makes fun of me and says, what are you, Kevin Gates? But he was talking about fasting as well. And I agree with him because I have fasted, and it's something that you got to kind of prepare for and practice for, meditate on. I don't think you should just start fasting all of a sudden. I think you should be ready for it. But yeah, I fasted before, and I got to tell you, it's a great feeling, and a lot of things do start to open up, and some interesting things start to happen. And he's right about that, and I'm about to go on that journey myself. So I'll say that that's what this whole movie is about, The Last Temptation of Christ. He goes out and he fasts in the desert. So this is about the gap. Because for those of us, which myself included, who have read the Bible from beginning to end, which is funny to me that a lot of Christians out there and religious people have never read the Bible from beginning to end, but they claim that they're Christian or they're Catholic, but they don't even know the Bible. And I'm not saying that you got to go and start reciting Bible verses, because I know those people out there that like have every Bible verse memorized and they can go out there and they can recite all the verses. But it's like, it's not always just about reciting verses. It's also about knowing what those verses meaning or what they mean and what the hidden meaning may be within those verses. Because we all know that there's a lot of hidden meanings within those verses. Like, for instance, and I don't want to get too religious or too spiritual. I mean, it's interesting how we're going on this conversation right now, right? This whole stream just went on a whole nother level now, right? We started off talking about Drake and Mos Def, and now we are talking about Christ and the Bible. But that's how these things go, man. That's how these things go, because let me tell you something. Hip-hop is a religion. In case you didn't know. I might have to sound an alarm again for that one. Yeah, hip-hop is a religion. Didn't Erykah Badu, who, by the way, said that on a Mad Lib beat. See how it's all connected? Y'all see that? This is not a coincidence. Do you all see how it's all connected? Didn't Erykah Badu say on a track that was produced by Madlib, it's bigger than hip, or what did she say? I don't want to mess it up. She said it's bigger than religion, hip hop. It's bigger than the government. You know what I'm saying? It's bigger than the government. It's bigger than religion. Tell me, y'all. Tell me, what culture, what form of art, for the most part today, that brings everybody into the same room, no matter what culture, nationality, ethnicity, religion, political belief, what culture or genre brings everybody together in the same room? Hip hop. That's what it is, man. It's hip hop. And like I said, man, can we get the likes up and the subscribes up? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really trying to get this into, I'm trying to get these up a little bit, man. I see people jumping in, jumping out. I've seen a lot of people here. We're at almost 200 views. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. I want to get the likes up, the subscribes up. Let's get this going, man. Like, y'all tell me. Hit me up in the chat. We live right now, man. I'm reading your chats. I'm not one of those people that's just going to just keep up here talking unless I don't see the chats. Sometimes I don't always see the chats, and I go off on my own thing. But, like, yeah, man, let's get it up. Let's get it up. But let me ask y'all this, man. It's bigger than religion, right? It's brought the whole world together. It's bringing the whole world together. The government, the powers that be are very aware of the power of hip-hop. They're very aware of it. Okay? So that's my point, man. That everybody's got to be aware of this. And so the last temptation of Christ, the reason why it's called the last temptation is because he goes into the desert and he meditates for 40 days and 40 nights, which is written in the Bible. But then there's also another part where he's in his, I believe that there's a part where Jesus is born, right, from the Virgin Mary. And I'm not going to go all into the whole, like I said, religion thing. We're just going to talk about what's stated in the Bible. And then after he's born from the Virgin Mary, I think it shows from like the time that he's a child, the three kings come and see him and give gifts and all that stuff and say that he's going to be the Messiah according to the Bible. We don't know if that's really true and if that's what really happened in real life, but that's what's in the story, right? Like, people say this is the greatest story ever told. It probably is. And it's such a great story that people actually believe in it and bow down to it. It was such a great story that people actually based their life and their culture to it. It's like a movie. It's like Star Wars. I mean, didn't Hubbard do the same thing with Scientology? He wrote so many great books that people actually started believing in him. Actually, I don't even know if he really wrote great books. But, I mean, a few of them he did. There was a few books that I did read by Hubbard that I was like, yeah. Okay, that's dope. Let me get that call later. I saw my phone ringing. I'm going to pick that call later. Let me text him real quick. Yeah, so there was a few books that he wrote, but it's just interesting how you have Scientology, right? And people just believe in that, which I'm not knocking it because I feel that there could be truth in everything. See, that's the difference, is that I don't look at everything and just knock it all of a sudden and just say, oh, yeah, that ain't true, or that's not true, or that's not my belief. That's not true. That's not what happened. That's not what's in the Bible. They didn't say that in the Bible. Well, the Bible says that money is the root of all evil, so therefore you shouldn't want to be rich. I'm not one of those people. And to me, those people are ridiculous. And we could talk about that later. That might be a whole nother call where I talk about, I don't believe that part of the Bible, that money is the root of all evil. And I think it actually goes into detail where they also say that you can also use money to help your brethren and help people and cultures. But we'll talk about that later. There's also like another part of that chapter that a lot of people leave out that's in the Bible that talks about how ye of little faith, or ye of good faith, or believe in me and you shall have everything you want, all the kingdoms that are on heaven and earth. Isn't this on the Bible? Like I said, I mean, we don't have to get super religious, but somewhat we do have to look at this, because this whole talk does go to what do people believe in. And I think to circle it back around to Mos Def and Drake, this is what Mos is basically talking about, is that after you've sold all your records and you've made all your money, what is left, man? If the fall of your empire happens, what is left after that? And like I said, man, I hope that y'all give the likes and the subscribes, because I don't think anybody else is getting as deep as this. So the Temptations was basically going out into the desert with Jesus and meditating in the desert and getting rid of all of his temptations. Well, let me repeat that. Getting rid of all of his temptations. You know, the temptations we have of money, fame, power, food even is a temptation, because when you're fasting and you're in the desert meditating, you start to get hungry, and you start to realize that you can produce the energy to not want food. Now, you might need food eventually to live and survive, but you can get to a level of consciousness where you can train your body to not want to eat all the time. You know, like people have reached the point now when they're working all the time and they're like, oh, it's my lunchtime. Oh, it's my dinner time. Oh, it's time for breakfast. Oh, like they're not even hungry sometimes. They're just like, they just look at the clock and they're just like, oh, they just look at their phone and they're all, oh, it's lunchtime. It's my lunchtime. I guess I'm hungry now. Time for me to go get lunch. And it's like, they don't understand how they're wasting time. Can I tell y'all that all I ate today was 3 rolls of sushi? For the whole day. That's all I've ate. I'll probably eat later. I'll go get some food later. But all I've ate so far is 3 rolls of sushi. I have been on this call for almost 2.5 hours. I did not eat before it, and I have not ate since I have been on it. I am not the kind of person that says that I need to stop and go get food. Oh, I'm hungry now. And by the way, side note, hangry is a female terminology. Men don't talk like that. And if you ever hear a man say that, that's a beta male for sure. Men don't get hangry, and men should never get hangry. So he gets rid of all the temptations of food. One of the most other important ones is sex. The need for having and wanting sex. You know, these temptations, the temptation of lust and money, fame and fortune and power. He's out there and he gets rid of all of that and meditates in the desert. I think he even says that Satan, I think this is even in the Bible, that Satan comes and tempts him with all of these things if you just stop. And he's like, no, I want to be the Messiah. Yeah, man, like they say, the greatest story ever told. This is a great movie, though, right here. You got to see this, The Last Temptation of Christ. The reason why I brought this up is because Shia LaBeouf, who said that he's now Catholic, he talked about William Dafoe being in the movie. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick little background on William Dafoe, but I'm glad how we went into the whole Christ subject because, yeah, man, it's pretty deep. It's pretty deep how this goes. And hip-hop is a religion. It is a religion, man. And if you guys don't believe me, tell me if I'm wrong, man. Tell me if I'm wrong. So they understood that it's a religion. They understood that it's an assignment. And that's why I feel that we have so many dumb rappers out there that are just talking about nonsense and nothing, and why we forgot about what real hip-hop is supposed to be about. And that is the reason why Mos came in and said that Drake is pop. I'm gonna play this real quick with Shia LaBeouf. Let's just play the last part of this, but it's interesting how this is happening.
I've been met with nothing but grace since I've been here. I've tried to I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can compare this to in my life.
Well, let's go to the movie
Pio, about the great Padre Pio, and we're trying to get as close to the.
I know, my bad, y'all. I can't stand the music either.
The accurate depiction of what it's like to be a friar as possible. and try to get as close to like the human, tangible, tactile relationship that this man had with Christ and that his laity had with him in order to be as effective as possible in bringing the good news to the world.
Thank you, God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. I mean, there was another one or two that I wanted to see real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick with Shia LaBeouf. So yeah, man, this is just the whole thing. It's just reality. He had another one where he was talking about that, but let me go back to this, man. So if we go back to what Mos was saying here, it's kind of almost similar to what Shia LaBeouf was saying
King,
there.
the so and so and so and so and so and so, and they paved over it and built a parking lot and put a mall on top, and everybody just blithely goes their way. Now that's
let me go back to that part. Let me go back to the part.
Project almost like inherently the Massachusetts Bay Colony, all of these these were corporate concerns that were chartered, funded to conquer the new world,
Yeah,
which had
manifest destiny.
already been there, and to plunder it for the sake of the crown, the cross, the king, the so and so and so and so and so and so. And they paved over it and built a parking lot and put a mall on top, and everybody just blithely goes their way.
Is he talking about churches?
Now, that's been working for some time now, and working is a very loosely defined term.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, that's a king, but what's the crown to the clouds? Right? You know, and the kingdoms come and go. You know, as the Hopi chief said famously in one of his exchanges, he said, "We were told that America was the thing that we would see come and go." So this idea of permanence via brute force is just not historically supported. And if you doubt it, well, then you go to any museum of antiquity and see where all of the thugging gets the thugs.
It comes to an end. It does.
And a messy end, and it's never to their benefit. So I guess everybody who sells dope is like, nah, see, but what I'm gonna do, it's like, okay, well, you know, the dope game is cursed, and so is the dope. So good luck with that. Now, there's people who oppose at every level. There are people who are in the active, like, hand-to-hand struggle, and each one is called for what they are called for. But for people that are not called to actually having to fight in that way, then support the advancement of humanity and the advancement of the cosmic situation that every human being is, to destroy it and to rob it of.
Yo, Mos was speaking so much reality right there. Can I run that back real quick, y'all?
We're first time.
And I don't even see that it's got a lot of views here, but I'm glad that we on it because I see that this video was just put out a few hours ago. So let's run it back real quick, man.
We're first timers with this. You know, we've never had floor seats to this. You know, the situation in the Congo is dire.
And then once again, I want to say thank y'all for watching, man. Like and subscribe, man. Let's get these likes up. Let's do it, man. Drake is pop music. That is the subject that we are on.
The situation in Sudan is gross. You know, like this thing of like normalizing this type of barbarity and making children subject to it. And then when you read the record of history, how like this is par for the course, you know? This is par for the course for what they do. What is known as the United States of America is a colonial settler project, almost like inherently the Massachusetts Bay Colony, all of these these were corporate concerns that were chartered, funded to conquer the new world,
Yeah,
which had
manifest destiny.
already been there, and to plunder it for the sake of the crown, the cross, the king, the so and so and so and so and so and so. And they paved over it and built a parking lot and put a mall on top, and everybody just blithely goes their way. Now, that's been working for some time now, and working is a very loosely defined term.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, that's a king, but what's a crown to the clouds? Right? You know, and the kingdoms come and go. You know, as the Hopi chief said famously in one of his exchanges, he said, "We were told that America was the thing that we would see come and go." So this idea of permanence via brute force is just not historically supported. And if you doubt it, well, then you go to any museum of antiquity and see where all of the thugging gets the thugs.
It comes to an end. It does.
And a messy end, and it's never to their benefit. So I guess everybody who sells dope is like, nah, see, but what I'm gonna do, it's like, okay, well, you know, the dope game is cursed, and so is the dope. So good luck with that. Now, there's people who oppose at every level. There are people who are in the active, like, hand-to-hand struggle, and each one is called for what they are called for. But for people that are not called to actually having to fight in that way, then support the advancement of humanity and the advancement of the cosmic situation that every human being is, to destroy it and to rob it of vitality, or to try to steal its joy, even to attempt to do it, is a grave disorder. There will be punished, and the reckoning is not only coming, it is here. From ends that the oppressor.
Let me go back to that part real quick. The reckoning is coming, and it is here.
It's like, oh,
Like, I don't know if y'all know how much knowledge Mos Def is really speaking right here. I just want to go back to this part real quick.
and it's never to their benefit. So I guess everybody who sells dope is like, nah, see, but what I'm gonna do, it's like, okay, well, you know, the dope game is cursed, and so is the dope. So good luck with that. Now, there's people who oppose at every level. There are people who are in the active, like, hand-to-hand struggle, and each one is called for what they are called for. But for people that are not called to actually having to fight in that way, then support the advancement of humanity and the advancement of the cosmic situation that every human being is, to destroy it and to rob it of vitality, or to try to steal its joy, even to attempt to do it, is a grave disorder. There will be punished, and the reckoning is not only coming, it is here, from ends that the oppressor does not yet perceive, and they're the last ones to know. And by the time that they realize it, it's already too late. So I know it's heartbreaking. You should be heartbroken. That means your heart is working. If you're heartbroken and it's distressing, that means that you are sane. You are a functioning individual. If you are uncomfortable and you're maladjusted to a sick society, it means that you are healthy. I am mourning for all of us, but also I didn't get bombed today.
Right.
Literally, but figuratively, we're all getting carpet bombed. Even the carpet bombers. So that's the facts. Nonetheless, who will remain? And I'm not just talking about in flesh and blood, but in spirit. Who will remain? 20 and 50 years from now, what will people say of the people of Gaza or Philistine that they are not saying today, or that they say with bated breath, or that they're afraid to say? Or let alone what people say, what do the angels say? What is God saying about what we do? Well, I believe that God is not interested in our misery. That this is a challenging time, sure, to say the least. But I can't embrace despair, even though it sometimes feels very attractive and sensible to do so. You know, through the demise, my heart is still alive. It looks awful outside, but it's still worth a try.
What do y'all think of that, man?
We're first.
Like, that's what I want to know. What do y'all think about that right there? Like, that's some real talk right there, right? Not too many people are out there speaking on what Mos is talking about. That also goes back to me saying something earlier, too, about how he's talking about the war. He's talking about what's going on with the drugs, people selling stuff, you know, merchandise, the economy, government, politics, politricks. It made me go back to the whole Vivek speech. Now, I know that this guy gets a lot of mixed emotions, but I want to try to see if I can find the take where people were yelling at him. And I don't mean to go off subject, but I feel like since Mos was talking about a little bit of politics, I want to see if I can pull this up. Where these kids started yelling at him about climate change and all that stuff and protesting, and it was just crazy, man. I don't know. He might have took this down.
How about that? Thank you for
this is crazy, though. This needs to be seen.
We're doing this for her generation.
This
Passing
is crazy.
on the country that we grew up in. I used to say, pass on the same country we grew up in. I don't say it that way anymore. I believe we have an opportunity to pass on a country greater than the one we grew up in. That's our opportunity, what we owe Atlanta and her generation. And the way we're going to get there is overcoming this culture of fear in our country. Fear of losing your job. Fear of your kids getting a bad grade in school.
Y'all got to check
this out.
Fear
of becoming an outcast in your own community.
Like, if anything in history, this speech by Vivek and what happened here, I think it's pretty historical, and I'm surprised if it hasn't gone viral yet.
And that culture of fear has completely replaced our culture of free speech in the United States of America. You want to know the best measure of how our country's doing? What is the best measure of the health of American democracy? Is it the number of green pieces of paper in your bank account? The number of ballots we cast
I know.
every
Y'all
November?
want to get to the juicy part.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for being here, because I want to end on a note that before we do this, I want everybody in this room try to actually go on to the next event that you disrupt. No, we don't do things that way. So if you want to...
Here, I think it's right here. Let me see.
That is what won us two world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we're going to make a deal. You know what we're doing this country? This is the beauty of the United States of America right here. And you know what we're not going to do? I'm going to tell you, for those of you who watch the videos today, we're not going to have a...
Yeah, this is it right here. This part right here is so crazy. I'm surprised if I haven't heard more people speak on this.
Party right here at home.
But you lie, dude. You're a liar.
Yeah.
You lie about the reality of climate change. You lie. You're lying to everybody in this room right now.
Sir, we're going to make a deal. You know what we're doing this country? This is the beauty of the United States of America right here.
You are lying.
And you know what we're not going to do? I'm going to tell you, for those of you who watch the videos today, we're not...
Watch how Vivek handles this. The way he handles this, I got to say, though, I don't know. I mean, y'all tell me what you think.
States of America right here.
You are lying.
And you know what we're not going to do? I'm going to tell you, for those of you who watch the videos today, we're not going to have a security guard or police officer tackle him and escort him out of the room. That's not how we do things in the United States. You know what we're going to do is we're going to give, young man, you know what? You're going to have a chance to speak, but you're going to have a chance to speak after you sit down and be respectful of everybody else in this room. And I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
You need to respect everybody in this room and quit lying.
Thank you.
Tell Americans the truth. Shut up and ate. Tell Americans the truth.
Sir, you can, I see
How
you.
much did you get from fossil fuels, dude?
We're going to have a good discussion today. I promise you that, because I'm going to speak some...
$50 million.
Thank you. See,
This part is crazy right here.
I promise you.
Everybody's telling you to sit down, man. Sit down. And he's still just going on and, man.
Sir, I promise you, sir, you're undermining the only point you want to make, and I'm going to give you a better chance in a moment if you sit down and actually be respectful of everybody else in here. But there's a free seat. You want to come up right here? Come on up, buddy. Come on up. Come on up and have a seat.
Ramaswamy, you say that you care about our future
Thank
and
you.
that little girl's future. How
Yes.
much money would it cost for you to actually care about us?
I understand that they're young and they don't really know what they're doing. Probably some privileged college kids. But you got to give Vivek props that he actually invited the young man that was yelling at him to come and sit in the front row. Like most people, like he said, like Trump or especially Biden, they would have just had that guy kicked up out of there. I don't know how Obama would have handled that. I haven't really watched tapes of Obama handling hecklers. But, man, if you got to say that that's a heckler, that's an ultimate heckler right there. Him just yelling at them. And then watch, it gets even worse, too. I don't know if y'all saw this, but I'm surprised that I haven't seen this trending more on the internet because, yo, the way Vivek handled this situation, I don't think I could have even handled it right like that. Like, man. Just.
You're running a company that's making.
And then this is another part. I understand you want to prove your point, but do you have to yell and scream at the man? Like, why are you yelling and screaming at him?
Making money off of fossil fuels that are.
Somebody obviously hasn't educated you on the fact that you can speak to somebody in a nice tone and they might actually perceive your point more than you yelling and screaming at them. But, you know, you could say maybe they're young, but their parents or some adult figure should educate these people on how to get their message across. But I understand they didn't really come there to talk. They came there to protest.
Care about us. You're running a company that's making money off of fossil fuels that are killing our communities.
If you want to have a seat and we can have a respectful discussion, we can do that. But if you're not going to have a respectful discussion, there's not going to be doing it. So I don't get any money from fossil fuels. You know who's my biggest donor?
That's not true.
That's actually absolutely true.
Your company Strive owns $50 million in fossil fuels.
Because index funds of every American in this room does, and we deserve to be proud of it. And I refuse. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. This isn't productive. This isn't productive. And this is what's wrong in our country. What's right in our country is we have the right of free speech and open debate. And I'm sure this gentleman, I think, has something to say about a similar matter. But we have a generation in this country where we have taught that the way you're supposed to win a debate or otherwise isn't based on region or merit, but to actually just shout the other side down. We don't do that in this country. The way we do things in the United States of America is we engage in free speech and open debate on the merits. We decided at the ballot box where every person's voice and vote counts equally.
Yo, the way he turned that around, I mean, I'm wondering, though, did he answer the question? I don't know if he answered the question. I don't think he answered the question. But whatever he did there was genius.
Where every person's voice and vote in this country.
He's like,
isn't based on region.
He's like, we don't do that in this country. We don't do that in America. Man, he sounds just like Obama. We don't do that here in America.
Yes.
How much money would it cost for you to actually care about
All right,
us?
we don't need to.
Discussion is. If you want to have a
damn, she's like straight up.
I don't get any money from.
She's like brainwashed. She's like straight up standing in his face in a threatening way. Like that's a threatening manner. Like the way she was looking at him and him too, the way they were in his face, I would feel threatened.
This is what won us the American Revolution. Shout each other down. So we're going to have a respectful conversation. We're going to open this up, but we're going to speak the hard truth. Speak the truth in public. That's what we're going to do at every step of the way. That's how we get this country back. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream, grounded on the First Amendment, that you're free to speak your mind as long as your neighbor gets to in return, as long as you're actually able to worship freely, as long as your neighbor gets to worship as he wishes to in return. Those are the ideals that our nation is founded on, that I will fight for until the very end. That is how we will revive this great country, and that is how we're going to rebuild this country, leading us to the future. Thank you for coming tonight. God bless you, and God bless our United States.
This dude's like a rapper right here, man. He's like a rapper. You know what I'm saying?
Fine. Say it with conviction. Say it with respect. That is what won us to.
All right, let me see if I can find this other part real quick.
And then you'll get to ask your question. Thank you, sir, in the back, right there.
Hold on.
No, Prakash, don't worry.
Hold on.
I think it gets a little crazy.
Well, you know what? Well, reward the people who are respectful, and you're going to wait patiently, and then we're going to come to you. Sir, right there in the back. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This is, hold on. I want to call an order to call the meeting to come.
We'll switch the sound real quick in a second.
This is Indo-American.
Do you
Yeah, this is where it gets a little crazy.
Are going to face water shortages on the Indian subcontinent right now. You are selling. My family's from Nepal. You are selling out our people.
Yo, yo. Look at how he's getting in his face right there. Yo, I got to pull up the alarm for that one. Yeah. Sound the alarm on that one, man. That's he's all up in his face. Like, look, he's all up in his face. I understand that he's a young, privileged kid. That's what a lot of people are even saying in the comment section. But man, that's threatening to me, man. You're crossing the line right there. That's not just a saying. You are crossing the line right there. You've been on the internet too long, kid. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to watch out. Like, I'm surprised that he didn't get fucking, excuse my French, tackled right there. I'm surprised. You are too close. Too close for comfort.
1 billion people are going to have water shortage.
You're going to get a microphone if you're patient, but you're going to be respectful to the...
Vivek is like a rapper, though, man. He's like rapper. You're going to get a microphone in a second. You want the microphone? You'll get it in a second if you want. He's a rapper. Yo,
what I ordered
we'll come back to that, man, because I guess they want to run the ads on it. They probably want to try to kill the video. So we got to watch out what we play anyways, because we can't play too much. But, yeah, man, I think you guys get the point of what this whole video was about. I'll see if there was like one more part that we could try to play before we get flagged. So excuse me for that. But I'll play this one little part right here.
Do you know
Damn.
what's happening in the Himalayan glaciers right now?
I would be like, are you kidding?
They're receding at such a rate. 1 billion people are going to face water shortages on the Indian subcontinent right now. You are selling. My family's from Nepal. You are selling out our people. You're doing it.
Sir?
You're selling out our people. 1 billion people are going to have water shortage.
You're going to get a microphone if you're patient, but you're going to be respectful to the people
Let's
here.
go point to point. You sold
You're
out
going to be
the American
respectful.
people.
You sit down and you'll be respectful to everybody else here. This is not America. You actually want to make your point. You're going to have a chance. But that gentleman in the back has been waiting patiently to make a point. What's your name, sir? Michael. And how old are you?
I am 16.
You're 16 years old. And you came here, and I'm proud of you as a 16-year-old being a little more respectful than some of the other people in this room. You've been patiently waiting. You get to ask your question, and then we're going to go around the room as well. Michael, tell me what your question is.
I've supported other people in this primary, and coming here tonight, you've made some great points, and I really like what you got to say.
Thank you.
My father loves you. He thinks you're the greatest thing ever.
I appreciate it.
I really can see it. You're really great. Do you think you're going to finish this? I really hope you do.
I think we will finish this. Absolutely. You don't take on a journey like this. You don't make the sacrifices that we're making in this family. I mean, Apurva, she's one of the best in the world at what she does, best in the country, and helping patients swallow food, having speak the truth, and lose this election. Quite literally an invasion of our own southern border right here. And just as a father, my moral obligation is to my family. As your next president, my moral obligation is to you, the citizens of this country, not another one. And so what I believe is, Drew? Yes. Thank you. And I believe you had a question on a similar topic, climate change, right? You get to go, and then you get to go. And I'm going to answer your question. Don't worry, but it's the same topic. This
I want to go back to this. So
go ahead.
Back to
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And some of the other people in this room. Disruptive first, but you're going to wait your turn, and then you'll get to ask your question. Thank you, sir, in the back, right there.
We'll be moderating it. Hold on.
My family's from Nepal. You are selling out our people. You're doing it.
Sir?
You're selling out our people. 1 billion people are going to have water shortage.
You're going to get a microphone if you're patient, but you're going to be respectful to the people here. Be respectful to everybody else in here. But there's a free seat. You want to come up right here? Come on up, buddy. Come on up. Come on up and have a seat.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you say that you care about our future and that little girl's future. How
Yes.
much money would it cost for you to actually care about us? You're running a company that's making money off of fossil fuels that are killing our communities.
If you want to have a seat and we can have a respectful discussion, we can do that. But if you're not going to have a respectful discussion, there's not going to be doing it.
How much money do you get from fossil fuels?
I don't get any money from fossil fuels. You know who's my biggest donor?
That's not true.
That's actually absolutely true.
Your company Strive owns $50 million in fossil fuels.
Because index funds of every American in this room does, and we deserve to be proud of it.
That's
and
not
I
true.
refuse.
Your company invests.
You're a liar.
Excuse me, sir.
You're lying to us.
Excuse me, sir. This isn't productive. This isn't productive. And this is what's wrong in our country. What's right in our country is we have the right of free speech and open debate. I'm sure this gentleman, I think, has something to say about a similar matter. But we have a generation in this country where we have taught that the way you're supposed to win a debate or otherwise isn't based on region or merit, but to actually just shout the other side down. We don't do that in this country. The way we do things in the United States of America is we engage in free speech and open.
This is the part I wanted to hear. This part right here is genius. This is the part where he flipped it. We don't do this in America. This is free speech. Yes, this is just
open debate on the merits. We decided at the ballot box where every person's voice and vote counts equally. We don't shout each other down. So we're going to have a respectful conversation. We're going to open this up, but we're going to speak the hard truth. Speak the truth in public. That's what we're going to do at every step of the way. That's how we get this country back. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us.
What a speech, man. This dude's like rapping. You could tell he watched Eminem. 8 Mile. He's doing his 8 Mile speech. This is what running the revolution. This is what we did in the Civil War.
This isn't productive. And this is what's wrong in our country. What's right in our country is we have the right of free speech and open debate. I'm sure this gentleman, I think, has something to say about a similar matter. But we have a generation in this country where we have taught that the way you're supposed to win a debate or otherwise isn't based on region or merit, but to actually just shout the other side down. We don't do that in this country. The way we do things in the United States of America is we engage in free speech and open debate on the merits. We decided at the ballot box where every person's voice and vote counts equally. We don't shout each other down. So we're going to have a respectful conversation. We're going to open this up, but we're going to speak the hard.
He didn't answer the question, though. He just completely dodged that question and just did some kind of, I don't know what he did right there, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what Vivek did right there, because what he did was just genius. How he just turned that whole thing around and made the crowd start clapping. And I mean, I don't know.
In the United States of America, we engage in free speech and open debate on the merits.
Well, that's what he said. He's like, yeah, he turned it around. That's what he did. That's what he did, man. Sound the alarm, man, for Vivek. That's what he did. He turned it around. He used his own agenda against him. So when they were yelling at him, he just turned it around and said, yeah, you know what? You go ahead and yell what you're going to yell, because you know what? We do free speech here in America. And that's what we do in America. And we don't yell at each other, but we believe in free speech. And everybody started clapping. And it's like he just used like the whole psychology against it. Man, that was genius. That was genius. I don't know if people really recognize that, man. That was a genius move by Vivek right there, man. He used their whole strategy and energy and turned it around and flipped it and used it against them. Wow. Props to you, Vivek.
We decided at the ballot box where every person's voice and vote counts equally. We don't shout each other down. So we're going to have a respectful conversation. We're going to open this up, but we're going to speak the hard truth. Speak the truth in public. That's what we're going to do at every step of the way. That's how we get this country back. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream, grounded on the First Amendment, that you're free to speak your mind as long as your neighbor gets to in return, as long as you're actually able to worship freely, as long as your neighbor gets to worship as he wishes to in return. Those are the ideals that our nation is founded on, that I will fight for until the very end. That is how we will revive this great country, and that is how we're going to rebuild this country, leading us to the future. Thank you for coming tonight. God bless you, and God bless our United States of America. Now we're going to open this up to questions, and I'm going to make a deal with
God bless you, and God bless America. Now, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Thank you for all your comments and all your concerns. I appreciate you. God bless America. Yo, that's funny how he flipped the script right there, man. That's funny.
As long as your neighbor gets to worship as he wishes to in return. Those are the ideals that our nation is founded on, that I will fight for until the very end. That is how we will revive this great country, and that is how we're going to rebuild this country, leading us to the future. Thank you for coming tonight. God bless you, and God bless our United States of America. Now we're going to open this up to questions, and I'm going to make a deal with everybody. You're going to have, whoever you are, agree with me or not. There are many people who have come out to see us tonight. You're going to get 60 seconds to ask your question. It ends with a question mark. That's how a good question is defined. And you get to ask your question as long as whoever asks the question stays here to hear what everybody else has to say. You don't get to do the thing where you waltz in, make your point, try to actually go on to the next event that you disrupt. No, we don't do things that way. So if you want to make a deal, you're going to ask a question, 60 seconds, ends in a question mark. You listen to what everybody else has to say, and that's how we do things in the United States of America. So with that, let me open this up.
That's how we do things in the United States.
People who are the least disruptive first, but you're going to wait your turn, and then you'll get to ask your question. Thank you, sir, in the back, right there.
We'll be moderating it. Hold on.
Yo, it gets really good here.
Hold on. No.
Well, you know,
Yo, y'all trust me, it gets really good right here.
My family's from Nepal. You are selling out our people. You are. You're doing it.
Sir?
You're selling out our people.
Sir?
One
the
billion
lights up.
people are going to have water shortage.
You're going to get a microphone if you're patient, but you're going to be respectful to the people
Let's
here.
go point to point. You sold
You're
out
going to be
the American
respectful.
people.
You sit down and you be respectful to everybody else here. This is not America. You actually want to make your point. You're going to have a chance. But that gentleman in the back has been waiting patiently to make a point. What's your name, sir? Mike.
The only reason why we're playing this real quick is because Mos Def was talking about the Palestine and all that stuff, and then I just thought that you guys should see this. But Vivek is also a hip-hop head as well, and, you know, he was doing 8 Mile, right, on his campaign speeches, or doing the scene from 8 Mile where he's rapping the Eminem battle scene, and a lot of people said that it was cringe or whatever, but then Eminem, I think, also sent him like a cease and desist letter or whatever the heck it's called. So, yeah, he had to stop performing 8 Mile or Eminem while he was, Lose Yourself? While he was on his campaign. He probably would be rapping it in front of this audience, but I give him props because he's actually rapping in a different way. You could tell that he studies rap.
That I worked on was actually for kids who suffer from ladders. Quite literally an invasion of our own southern border right here. And just as a father, my moral obligation.
How could it not be possible if you were making money from the burning of fossil fuels that does not affect your opinion that climate change is a hoax and that you don't believe that it's a problem for the American people, primarily the working class blue collar Americans, that is going to harm?
Got it. So thank you. And what's your name, sir?
Drew.
Drew?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe you had a question on a similar topic, climate change, right? You get to go and then you get to go and I'm going to answer your question. Don't worry, but it's the same topic this gentleman had as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Answer my question.
Go ahead.
My family's from Nepal.
You got 60 seconds.
Like, I don't have to answer your question because I know you guys both have the same question.
Over 1 billion people on the Indian subcontinent, their lives are at risk right now because the Himalayan glaciers are receding at such a rate it will destabilize the entire subcontinent. The entire subcontinent, over 1 billion people could lose their lives. And the same is true here in Iowa. Look at the extreme weather we're having today. Those polar vortexes are intensified by the climate crisis, by the burning of fossil fuels. I'm from Idaho originally, where forest fires rage every year, and the air quality gets worse and worse. It's one of the only places in the world where air quality has gotten worse since the passage of the Clean Air Act, thanks to the climate crisis and warming summers, longer summers, drier summers.
What's wrong with longer summers?
The existence of
everybody loves summer.
And then to take $50 million of your own money in fossil fuels, and then to say that doesn't affect your opinion on that is absurd.
Okay, your 60 seconds up.
And here's my question.
You get a question?
My question is, how do you look?
Don't worry, y'all. It's going to get crazy. Just keep watching.
Knowing that your investments, your money, is funding the demise of our planet, the demise of their future.
Got it. You got to ask a question. Do you have something to add to it? Because I think we're going to take this together. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Answer the question first.
I will answer the question.
You said everybody should be able to speak on my
Yep.
Then we should go back and
We do. I'm going to answer your question.
We're going to take
Thank
this
you.
together.
I want to make sure you're done.
We're going to take this together.
If we're
Are
done,
you done?
I'm going to answer your question, and you're going to be respectful to everybody else. That's the deal we made. So let's talk about this issue of climate, because this is important. It's actually one of the most, we agree on one thing. It's one of the most important issues of our time.
I was going to skip this, but I think we
For
should
different
play
reasons, though. Because I think the bad climate policies we've adopted in this country are actually killing more people than climate change itself. No, we made it.
not true.
Sir, we made a deal.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Sir, you made a deal.
I've seen it with my
You made a
own
deal.
We have
eyes.
breathed the smoke of the wildfires in our homes. How can you look at us in the eye?
Thank you.
Fires, hurricanes
Thank
every year,
Dying.
year after year.
You had your
Damn.
chance. This
Damn.
This is useful, actually, because this is what's affecting our policies across this country is a quasi-religious conviction in a philosophy that has actually very little to do with the science. Do you all know who Steve Koonin is? Do you know?
99% of climate science.
Sir, you made your point. You made your point. Now you're undermining yourself.
You're spitting lies.
You're
lying. You're lying to everyone in this room.
Do you know who Steve Koonin is?
Here's where they
Do
go.
you know who Steve Koonin is? That's good. Climate change.
Oh, that was the cue. Hold on.
The planet is on fire.
That was the cue. That was the cue right there. Like, did you see them all pop up with their signs? So we didn't know that it was all organized. All those people that were sitting there were just waiting for the cue to go ahead and jump up with their signs and start protesting. Man, when I watched this footage, it made me feel that I could never run for president, like, and deal with this. I mean, look at Trump, right? Everybody says the same thing about Trump. That remember when all the rappers used to be down with Trump? I mean, maybe not all the rappers, because I remember Tupac trying to, kind of, shall I say, talking trash about Trump. But not really talking trash, just talking about like how he's so rich and powerful, even at that time. But just remember like how Trump was doing his thing, though, right? He wrote books. Actually, a lot of people consider The Art of the Deal, is that what it's called? It's like one of the greatest books in business. So he's writing books. He's doing his thing, and then he's got a TV show, the hit TV show. What is it? The Apprentice. It's like one of the #1 shows in America. You're fired. Where he does that, and it becomes like a term. I remember I would hear people talk about that all the time. Like, oh, what if they say that to you at work? So everybody was watching the TV show. Rappers were talking about him. I think he sponsored like a Mike Tyson fight. He's doing his thing, and he's all part of hip hop, right? So I don't understand where after he runs for the presidency, it's like everybody hates Trump now. Not everybody, obviously, but I mean, I know a lot of people that actually told me that they're voting for Trump. Even though, man, the whole politics and the whole politician thing, if you ask me, it looks crazy. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm just going to say that now. The way things have been going with the whole, I heard one cat say, which I agree with, the plandemic, not the pandemic, but the plandemic. I was like, yo, yeah, man, it could be that. It could be. Because I have no idea which way it's going to go. Some people I heard say that there's not even going to be an election this year. That they're going to ban the election this year for some odd reason to keep Biden in office. Now, that would be crazy. If they do that, man, that would be kind of crazy. But who knows, man? I've heard a lot of people say that this is all just it's all imagery. It's all just, it's not real. But when I see this type of footage, though, my point is, though, is that, and not just this, but with Trump, it's like I said, though, I just remember a lot of rappers would rap about Trump or like how they idolize Trump's lifestyle and would rap, similar stories like that. And then as soon as he runs for the presidency, has a #1 TV show, all that stuff, popularity, runs for the presidency, all of a sudden now he's got all these haters and the media's after him and they're trying to destroy his reputation or somewhat the mugshot, even though the mugshot actually helped build him. But still, like Charlemagne said, even though I know a lot of people say they don't agree with Charlemagne, but the one thing he did say that I kind of do agree with is that if Trump were black, we all know what would have happened. So, yeah, I mean, it's like after he ran for the presidency, everybody started to hate on Trump. So I see the same thing kind of happening right here where you got these kids that were just all sitting around and they all look casual, like they're just hanging out. And then all of a sudden it's like he just does the cue, you're a liar, die, whatever the heck he said, his little chant. And then everybody just stood up and they already had their banners rolled up in their jackets. And they were just ready to just pull it out on cue. I want to analyze this, man.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Sir, you made a deal.
I've seen it with my own
We
eyes.
have breathed the smoke of the wildfires in our homes. How can you look at us in the eye?
Thank you.
Hurricanes
Thank
every year,
Dying.
year after year.
Sit down.
You had your chance.
Sit down.
This.
Sit down.
This is useful, actually, because this is what's affecting our policies.
Turn it around on them. Use the psychology.
A quasi-religious conviction.
Turn it around on them.
In a philosophy that has actually very little to do with the science. Do you all know who Steve Koonin is? Do you know?
99% of climate science.
Sir, you made your point. You made your point. Now you're undermining
you're
yourself.
Spitting lies. You're
do you know
lying. You're lying to everyone in this room.
Do you know? Do you know who Steve Koonin is?
That's the cue. Everybody, jump out, jump out.
Climate change. This is the climate call. You made your point.
I want to see that girl in the red beanie.
Our policies across this
right here. She was waiting the whole time.
A quasi-religious conviction. Do you know?
99% of climate science.
Sir, you made your point. You made your point. Now you're undermining yourself.
You're spitting lies.
Do you know
You're lying. You're lying to everyone in this room.
Lying.
Do you know?
You're lying.
Do you know who Steve Koonin is? Do you know?
That's your cue. You're lying. You're lying.
Quasi-religious conviction.
This is psychotic in a way, man.
In a philosophy. Excuse me.
Climate science.
Sir, you made your point. You made your point. Now you're undermining
you're
yourself.
Lies. You're
do you know
lying. You're lying to everyone in this room.
Do you know who?
I think that was the cue right there.
Do you know who Steve Koonin is?
Wow, that's so fucking cringe. That's so cringe, man, that they were just ready to just jump out their chairs and just start doing that and protesting, where people are like actually sitting there and trying to listen to what's going on and what he has to say, and then they just jump up and just start yelling and screaming their little chant like that, their little cult, as some people put it. Hey, maybe there's some truth to what they're saying, though. I'm not trying to disagree with what anybody has to say. Actually, obviously, we all want to hear what Vivek has to say about that. But I got to say, psychologically, I do like the way he's turning it around and flipping it back on them. Like, he's making them look crazy. And they're trying not to look crazy, but they're so, far gone into their own reality that they don't even realize that what they could be saying is true. But the way they're presenting it as if they're crazy, and he's flipping it around on them like, man, this is like some reverse psychology right here at its finest.
I know who's Steve Koonin. That's good. Climate change. This is the
planet is on fire.
The planet is on fire.
The planet is on fire. Wow. The planet is on fire. Imagine that all this is going on right now, right? And you got this rap music that talks about absolutely nothing. So that's what goes back to what we're talking about the whole Mos Def and Drake thing. When y'all might say, like, why are we playing this? I think it's kind of important to know that I think this is probably or possibly the point that Mos Def is trying to make. That Drake, after you've made all the money and fame and fortune, you have all the women, all the stuff, everything that you could dream for, you have everything that money can buy. What's left after that? What's left? You can only talk about so many cars and jewelry and suitcases and backpacks and fashionable, attire and trips around the world. You can only talk about so much of that. But it's like, what's left after that? And I think that that's what this whole purpose of the interview, of the point that he was trying to make. But it's like, imagine this, that, while we have this election going on right now, that what if a lot of these things that these people are out here protesting is true? Like, you got people fighting in the street right now, during New Year's, during football games. You got protesters, people protesting about the war and the wars, whether it be Ukraine, Palestine, Israel. Like I said, I don't want to get too political into all that stuff, but it is good to be aware of some of this stuff. And I think that that's what even we had, DJ Vlad, where he came out and he said, hey, how come Khalid and Drake haven't spoke on these things? Not that it is their place to speak on that. I'm going to tell you right now, Vlad, I believe that they haven't spoke on it because it's good for the economy for Drake to continue to sell records. That's why. That's why it hasn't been spoken on. It's good for the economy. So that's what I'm saying, that there could be the powers that be that probably tell him not to talk about those things. Because if he gets political and if he shows that he takes a side, then Drake could lose a part of his fan base. And that might not be good for the economy. Okay? And not only might it not be good for the economy, it might not also be good for women. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of women out there that listen to Drake's music, right? I think we can all agree that Drake makes music for women. Am I right or wrong? Can we all agree on that? So the fact that Drake makes music for women, and then those women want to get drunk and party, do drugs, whatever it is, to that type of music. Not just Drake, you got your Travis Scotts and all that out there too, right? But mainly Drake, right? Drake definitely set the tone. And it's like, okay, and these dudes out here, they see the females liking that music, feeling that music. Like Mos Def said, it's likable. Of course, you're going to want to party to the music too because you see all the females rocking out to it. Right? They say that if a lot of females are going to go to this concert, dudes are going to go to that concert too. Why? Because of the females. I remember I was at a Kanye concert once, and we was chilling also with some females too, which was cool. And this one cat came up, and I don't know, how you just start talking to people when you at a concert and stuff. And we was all chilling at the concert, and this cat was like, "Oh yeah, what made you come to the Kanye concert?" Like, yeah, man, like it was like kind of like after it or something. Everybody was just talking about it, like, yeah, man, that shit was dope. Like, I thought it was dope. I thought it was a good concert. And then this one cat was like, "Oh, nah, that shit was whack." And then like everybody turned around and looked at him. Everybody was like, "What? What you mean it was whack?" He's like, "Nah, that shit was whack. It's like fuck Kanye," or whatever he said. That was what he said, right? And I was just like, yo, everybody said well, why are you here? If you thought it was whack, then why did you even come through here? And he was like, oh, for the females. That's why I came through here. I came through for the hoes. And I was like, okay. After that, I was just kind of like, all right, I guess I kind of understand that maybe. I mean, you might not really be into the music, but you just came here because there's females here. So that's the same way that I feel about Drake. People probably go to Drake concerts because they want to know where the females are at, and that's where the hoes are at. And let me go back to the part that Mo said because, he actually said it best. You know what I mean? Yeah. We'll go back and pull that up. The most definitely.
I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna move on.
Woo! So many products.
So many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising, so many barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything. Everything's here. They have everything here. Oh, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. Okay. What happens when this thing collapses? What happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Are we seeing like the collapse of the empire? Buying and selling, where's the message that I can use?
Right here.
Right.
What's in it for your audience apart from like banging the pom-poms?
Wait. Let's run that back one more time just to right here.
So many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising, so many barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything. Everything's here. They have everything here. Oh, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. Okay.
Yeah.
What happens when this thing collapses? What happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Are we seeing like the collapse of the empire? Buying and selling, where's the message that I can use?
Right.
You know, what's in it for your audience apart from like banging the pom-poms?
Yeah, and speaking of message, you can check this out right here. That these kids, yo, this just goes to show, like, Lil Baby, I'm surprised that he's even in some footage like this. Let me just pull this up real quick. We're going to leave that right there. Yeah, don't forget about the Drake, the comeback season. Yo, before I get up out of here, man, we've been on this call for 3 hours. I hope y'all get the likes and the subscribes up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. You know, sponsor us, support. Help us out, man. We out here speaking the truth, man. I mean, check this out. You got this little kid up in here dancing in the club with Lil Baby. He's just playing the music like he don't. Yo, is it just me, or does this video look straight Illuminati and evil? Like just how you got Lil Baby, or what is this? Is it Lil Baby or looking like he's throwing up gang signs and shit? I mean, I don't know. He's young, so maybe he don't know better. But yeah, you got the kid up in the club rocking the jewelry. So he's already learning. This is what he's learning. Saw this on Twitter trending, and I was just like, yo, man, that's fucking crazy. And Lil Baby's just like, yeah, whatever. But his smile right here, that's the thing I was going to say. His smile right here looks evil. Excuse me. Is it just me? Or does he look like a demon right here? Somewhat. I mean, no disrespect. But you're up in the club with this little kid. I mean, just take a image of this. Like, look at this screenshot. Let me take a screenshot of that, too. With the kid that looks like he's rocking all his jewelry. I mean, he's doing his thing. He's doing his thing. But I don't know, man. This is weird. This is just weird right here. Who is this? Lil B and F and G, Lil King popping it. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's pretty crazy. But Lil Baby's smile right here. Yeah, Lil Baby. I don't know all their names sometimes. To me, his smile looks somewhat demonic. Like, yeah, this is how. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how we're inspiring the new generation. We're influencing and inspiring the youngsters, the new kids. Look at that. What sign is that right there, y'all? Are we exaggerating now? Are we exaggerating now on this? You know, maybe we got to sound the alarm for this one. Are we, you know? Let me go to that. Let me go to the other one, the main one that everybody always knows, you know? Yeah, what sign is that right there? So, yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on in hip-hop. And I think that that's why we have a whole generation that is unaware of Mos Def and the achievements of Mos Def and what somebody or a rapper like Mos Def has done. And that's why, you know, I can see why people talk about the things they talk about, man, and saying, oh, well, Drake will run circles around Mos Def, or Drake don't want no beef with Mos Def. Let me tell you something. I think Mos Def don't care to have beef with Drake. Yeah, why should he? Why should he? If I were Mos Def, I'd be like, man, if I were Mos, I wouldn't trip on that. Just you asked my opinion, and I gave you my opinion. That's all I would think. That's all I would think of the whole situation. But I will say though, that look at this symbol right here, man, and look at what the generation is promoting and what it's pushing. It's talking about get your money, rock your jewelry, and get the hoes, right? And it's actually funny because women are actually manipulated to be attracted to that right now, instead of being attracted to a man that has vision. I mean, maybe there's some women out there that see that, right? Yeah, there's some women out there that see that, but majority of women, and shall I say, because I want to keep it real with y'all on this call. I don't really want to hold too much back. I mean, there's some things I know that we got to hold back so we can still, be able to get our message across. But there are some other things that I want to say, that majority of women of color are taught to be attracted to men that have lots of money and cars and yachts and all that stuff and boats and private jets and can go around the world and take you on trips and all kinds of things and take you shopping and buy you all kinds of extravagant gifts. That's what it teaches. But let's be honest. Most of the average men, right? Which we can all agree? Yeah. Okay. Well, most of the average men don't have that. Maybe they're working towards that, and that's cool, and that's the way it should be. But society right now teaches, especially certain, I would say probably most women, but it's definitely geared more towards the rap community. I would say they definitely push that these are the men you're supposed to be attracted to. NBA ball players, athletes, rappers, actors. These are the real men, which we all knew back in the days, back in society, back in the old times. We all knew that those were not the people to emulate. Those people were just primarily entertainers. They were not really there for us to be so starstruck and be like, oh, wow, I want to know all the details of their life and what they're about. I think that people just generally, generally went to the movies, right? To just be entertained for a little bit and then go home. When did we start becoming so fascinated with celebrity culture? When did that happen? And while I'm on the subject, let's go back to the Drake picture. We'll leave the Last Temptation of Christ pictures up just in case. Oh, God. Yeah, not that one. This one. What the heck is this? Oh, John Legend. Yeah, this guy be posting some weird stuff. All right. That was a weird picture of John Legend, though. Side note. Yeah, money and cars. That's what it's trying to portray. Like, these are the men that you're supposed to be attracted to. And as we always said before, man, after all the money and cars, like, oh wow, man, you did it. You got the money, you got the cars. Where's the substance at? What are we talking about here? Are we talking about family? Are we talking about how we going to raise our children? Are we talking about how we going to make some more money? Are we going to talk about how we talking about financial freedom? Are we going to talk about buying land? Are we going to talk about investing in real estate? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we ain't talking about none of that. There's none of that that's being talked about. So I see the point that is being made here. I see the point. I'm going to go back to this other take.
The fact is a liar. The planet is on fire. The fact is a liar. The planet is on fire. The fact is a liar. The planet is on fire. The fact is a liar. The planet is on fire.
Thank you.
That's the part that I wanted to speak on, is that if the planet really is on fire, And look at how you have these kids in the audience holding up signs that say Vivek, criminal, he's a liar, this and that. Imagine that, man. Oh, and by the way, I didn't know if Kanye's father's a Scientologist. I'm just saying real quick, and I want to speak about that real quick. If he is a liar and the planet is on fire and all these things are happening, and like I said, we have all these people protesting in the street and all these people arguing and fighting and all that, it makes you wonder, like, there might be a lot of realness going on in the world right now that we need to be aware of, and maybe we're being distracted with watching these sports and watching all this stuff. Maybe we are. And as far as the Scientologists go, man, I heard that there's a building over in a few places, but this one person was talking about their experience, how they went into a Scientology church, one of the branches, and that they were just looking around at books and stuff, you know, non-threatening, didn't look like some threatening guys. And then the person was like, oh, do you need any help? Are you looking at any of the books? And they were like, nah, yeah, we're good. We're just browsing. And they were like, oh, do you want a tour? And I think one of the guys said, nah, we don't want a tour. And that's how they get you. They get you with the tour. You know what I'm saying? But the guy was like, nah, we don't want a tour. We're good. We're just browsing. We're just looking at your books. And then they try to sell you the books, right? Of course. But when they see that you don't want to buy the books, he said that the guy got on the phone and was like, oh, I got these two guys. They don't want to buy any books. They're just browsing. He said, and this is Scientologist, he said that he was like, what? Like, why would you call somebody and say that? Or I don't know if somebody called to check in and he reported that that's what was going on, but he said that they said it in a way to where he could hear him clearly. It wasn't like he was trying to hide the way he said it, or maybe he just said it in a way where he didn't know, but the guy heard everything he said. And he was just like, man, he said after that, they got the heck up out of there, and that's it. But I've heard so many stories of people going to visit their churches and feeling like they're trapped. Or like that movie Get Out, where they're in a sunken place. Now, I'm not judging or trying to say anything about that because I'm just curious myself sometimes. But when I hear these stories or when I hear other people tell me their experience with Scientology, it definitely makes me feel a little weirded out sometimes. Like, whoa, especially that one lady's name. What's her name? Leah Rhymes or whatever her name is. Like how she's does her TV show and she talks about it a little bit. Yeah, they're definitely organized though, that's for sure. But it seems like if you go into that place, better watch out from what it seems. So yeah, if there is some things going on with religion, the whole conspiracies in the government, of the election fraud, if possible, all these things going on. I mean, like you said, I don't want to say too much. Thank you. Whoever said that in the comments, I don't know if that was you, Seisha. Thank you. Maybe sometimes you got to be careful, right? Is that what you mean? Well, yeah, you're probably right. But before I get up out of here, let me just say, I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in and everybody that streamed. I actually went a lot longer than I expected, and I believe that this was a successful call. So I appreciate all you guys. I might do another one live on TikTok later today, but in the meantime, we'll let this play in the background.
You are a liar.
All right, guys, we're done with this. You've had your chance.
You are a liar.
You've made your point.
The planet is on fire.
You've made your point.
You are a liar. The planet is on fire.
At this point, anybody who wants, excuse me, anybody who wants to actually have an open conversation.
And as you see, we're right here preaching the truth, or promoting the truth, shall I say, not preaching. Let me find a better word, right? Because that's not a good word. Oh, speaking of preaching, let me see if I can find this one real quick. I got to show you guys this, though. Where Tyler Perry anoints T.D. Jakes, who I think a lot of people are saying is now coming out of the closet for being at Diddy parties, I think.
On you right now, keep you in the chair. God, I thank you for your.
What? This is Tyler Perry right here to TD Jakes, just to let y'all know.
All over you. I pray his favor. I pray the blood of Jesus will come upon you right now. Keep you in his hair. God, I thank you for your blessings.
Yo, this is hilarious to where I feel like I could watch this all the time.
I pray his favor. I pray the blood of Jesus will come upon you right now. Keep you in his hair. God, I thank you.
And it's interesting, too, because the allegations are coming out of TD Jakes, right? Hanging out at Diddy parties. But then also the fact that there's these allegations now coming out of Tyler Perry, also supposedly sexually, or I guess I can't say the word, right? But, you know, doing whatever that is to some of his employees and colleagues and people that worked with him on movies. Not to mention that he cross-dresses, and not to mention on top of that, that Cat Williams said that that's the best role that he can play is as a woman, and that he can't even play a man whatsoever. Shit. Let me run that back.
Our God all over you. I pray his favor. I pray the blood of Jesus will come upon you right now. Keep you in his hair. God, I thank you for your blessings.
It's just interesting that they have TD Jakes and Tyler Perry both in the same video.
Our God all over you. I pray his favor. I pray the blood of Jesus will come up.
Well, I appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. In closing, yeah, man. Mos Def called it. He called it right. He was right about what he said, man, about the whole Drake thing. I agree. Maybe Drake, this might inspire you to come out with some better music. Put something else out, maybe something a little bit more. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see what happens and how it goes. But for the most part, we getting up out of here. Hold on. I'm going to play one other last thing for you guys to see. And remember this picture right here. Like I said, man, this goes to show that I would say that everybody that's in this room pretty much for the most part knows what they're talking about. I wouldn't say that you just end up in a room like this and not know what's going on in hip-hop or what it's all about, right?
Conversation can stay. If not, you can show yourself out.
The planet is on fire. He thinks you're all stupid. He thinks you're all stupid.
You've made your point. Now, would you like to you asked a question. Would you like the answer to the question
How
or
do
not?
you look your children in the eyes? How do you look your children in the eyes?
Would you like an answer to the question or not? Because I think you're actually...
You lie to your kids like you're lying to us.
You are proving for the country
you lie to your kids
the
like you're lying
point
to us.
that's actually going on in this country.
He's lying right to our faces.
Sure you can, sir.
Stop. Listen, I'm tired.
Climate criminal.
My travel to get here.
Yo, he's a climate criminal.
I'm tired of millionaires and billionaires running this country and saying they're not doing it in their own interest.
This man, all the way from Puerto Rico. And I said, quiet. I didn't come to listen to you.
Do you know what happened in Puerto Rico? You see the effects of Hurricane Maria?
Just sit down. I came here. I'm tired.
Thank you,
Fossil fuels are destroying our planet, and this man profits from it.
With my wife, I just want to listen to this man. I had enough. Just sit down. You're ready.
He's lying to you. He's lying to all of us.
Ask your
He's
question.
lying to all of
You're
us.
done. You're done.
Sir, you have made your point. At this point, if you don't have dialogue, we're going to ask you to leave. At this point, you've got the microphone. I will answer your question if you stop. No. There are 150 people in this room. We're not going to disrespect everybody else who came here. If you want to sit down and listen and ask a question the same way, you can stay. If not, they're going to leave.
Excuse me, here.
Bye-bye.
I have the loudest voice in the room here, please. This is not a campaign event. It's a private event organized by Indo-American pack.
Like you guys are just disrespectful.
We have questions about climate.
Have you seen the? Have you
Sir,
seen
you've
the
asked a question.
It's like I understand that you want to make your point, but why do you keep yelling and screaming your point?
I heard it. I heard you. You had your floor. You had your floor. You stop it now. Everyone had their floor.
Yeah.
Now,
Make sure you get a good shot of his crazy face.
If you are not part of Indo-American pack, you had your floor. You had your floor. You stop it now. Everyone had their
Make
floor.
sure.
Yeah.
Now, put your
He
banners
made sure to get a shot of his face. That's for sure.
down. If you are not part of Indo-American pack or invited guests, please vacate the room. Especially you made your point with your banners. Thank you.
What if we are Indo-American and we've seen the effects of the climate
Sir.
crisis?
You made your point. You have
My
your
grandma
leave.
died of lung cancer because of fossil
Sir,
fuels.
you are being
My grandma died
disrespectful
lung
of everybody
cancer
here.
because of fossil fuels in Nepal.
We're going to ask you to. We're going to ask you to.
Why do you keep yelling so much?
At this point, because you've
You're selling out our country
had your chance.
for your podcast, for
And we're
your
gonna ask
book,
you to
and for your
leave.
private company.
Thank you. Thank you for your theory. Thank you.
Students asking the question and organizing this.
$50 million. He owns $50
Thank
million
you. You can
in fossil fuels.
respectfully work
And
it
you
out.
think
Thank
you
you.
have objective opinion on it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Vivek is lying to us all.
It's okay. We can. Thank you.
People are dying. People are
Wow.
dying from India.
There's a blizzard outside. Yeah.
People are dying. Vivek is lying.
That's good. If you're being respectful, you can stay. Thank you.
Yeah, crazy.
Thank you. Now,
Imagine having to
anybody
deal
else-
with this, man.
Anybody else who wants to have a conversation is welcome to stay. Now, I want to say a word about this issue. Thanks. They got to make their point. Now we want to continue the discussion. And this is
Yo, that's kind of genius how Vivek did that. Real quick side note that he's like, they got to make their point. Now let's have a discussion. If you really think about it, he never really answered their question or never really addressed anything. The whole time he was just deflecting. He was just deflecting, and he turned it around against them. I mean, seriously, if you really think about it, I don't think that he answered the question once. And then once they said what they said, and then they kicked him out the room finally because they were being obnoxious, I guess is the word. He just said, okay, they made their point. Now let's have a real discussion or whatever he said. And everybody just started clapping. And I'm just like, yo, man, that's somewhat genius how he deflected that. I mean, that's a master craftsman in knowing how to just deflect the conversation and turn it back around on them, like all the answers and the demands and questions or whatever that they're throwing at him. He just turned it around on them psychologically. And then after they yelled and started screaming and holding up their banners and their signs, he just let them sit there and make fools of themselves. It's basically what it was, man. You could tell that Vivek is a very, very educated man. And I know I shouldn't have it.
Anybody who wants, excuse me, anybody who wants to actually have an open conversation can stay. If not,
I mean, he does have patience, though, to have these people just yelling in his face and he's trying to talk back at them. He could have easily had them kicked out. I give him respect that he challenged them.
You can sow yourself out.
The planet is on fire. He thinks you're all stupid. He thinks
So
you're all stupid.
you've made your point. Now, would you like to actually? You asked a question. Would you like the answer to the question
How
or
do
not?
you look your children in
Would
the
you
eyes?
like?
How do
would
you look your
like?
children in the eyes?
Would
Do
you like
lie-
an answer to the question or not? Because I think
Do
you're
you lie
actually.
to your kids like you're lying
You
to
are
us?
proving for the
Do
country
you lie to your kids
the
like you're lying to us?
that's
He's
actually
lying
going on
right
in this
to our
country.
face. He's lying right to our face.
Sure, you can, sir.
Stop. Listen, I'm tired. I started my travel to get here.
Nobody cares. Shut up.
Destroying our
Flight
planet, and this
canceled.
man profits
Came
from
here
it.
with my wife. I just want to listen to this man. I had enough. Just sit down. You're already.
He's lying to you. He's lying to all of us.
Ask your
He's
question.
lying to all of
You're
us.
done. You're done.
Sir, you have made your point. At this point, if you don't have dialogue, we're going to ask you to leave. At this point, you've got the microphone.
That's the first time I've ever seen Vivek that upset, I think, and you know.
I will answer your question
Let's go back
if you
and
stop.
forth.
No,
Mr.
no, no.
Ramaswamy,
There
let's
are
go back and
150 people in this room. We're not going to dis.
I gotta be honest with you. I give him mad respect for this, Vivek, because I'll be honest with you. If I was in his shoes, I would not have anybody that fucking close to me. I'd be like, hey, you better get him back a little bit. I mean, I don't know. He just seems like he's a little too close for comfort, and his body language is very it's very aggressive. And I just would not want somebody that with that energy and that aggressiveness that close to me. I'm very careful with my energy and like who's around me and those that I associate with and those that I come into contact with. And so it's like, I just, sometimes people give off certain vibes and certain energy, and I just feel like he would be too close for comfort for me. But that's interesting that Vivek allows this gentleman to be this close, or another man, shall I say, because he wasn't acting like a respectful person at all. That's for damn sure.
Respect everybody else who came here. If you want to sit down and listen, ask a question the same way, you can stay. If not, they're going to leave.
Excuse me, here.
Bye-bye.
I have the loudest voice in the room here, please. This is not a campaign event. It's a private event.
Can the cameraman get the guy who's talking, please?
American, a small group. We have questions about climate.
We have questions about climate.
Sir, you've asked a question.
I heard it. I heard you. You had your floor. You stop it now. Everyone had their floor.
Yeah.
Now,
get a shot.
put your banners down. If you are not part of Indo-American PAC or invited guests, please vacate the room. Especially you made your point with your banners. Thank you.
What if we are Indo-American and we've seen the effects of the climate crisis?
You made your point. You have
My
your
grandma died of lung
speak
cancer
on.
because of fossil
Sir,
fuels.
you are being disrespectful of everybody here.
So he just let them sit there and yell their point and scream and yell. And then after they were done doing all of that, he never addressed the issue of what they were yelling about. And you see, this is what I got to tell y'all. I really hope that some of y'all that go out there and do these stupid protests, which I feel sometimes are just a waste of time. I mean, maybe sometimes they're effective, but I feel like there's other ways you can go about it. But for those of y'all that go out there and scream and yell at these campaigns and these protests and things like that, which I do feel that sometimes you're right. You got to go out there. You got to march. You got to walk. You got to do those things, which I've done before. I've been part of those committees before. But this type of situation, they were yelling and screaming so much that they never even allowed him the opportunity to answer the question. If they would have shut up and stopped screaming, he possibly could have answered their question. But then I guess maybe he did try to answer it at one point, and then they just didn't like where he was going with it. So then I guess they automatically cut him off, right?
Fossil fuels in Nepal.
We're going to ask you to. Anybody who's disrespectful, you're going to be removed at this point because you've had your chance.
For your podcast, for
and we're
your
going to ask you
bullshit,
to
for
leave.
your private company.
Thank you for your theory. Thank you.
Thank you for your theory.
$50 million. He owns $50 million.
You can respectfully work it out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Vivek is lying to us all.
It's okay. We can.
See, this is where they messed up right here. They're yelling and they're screaming, and he's just letting them yell and scream, and he's just sitting back and laughing at them and just letting them entertain the audience and act crazy and let people just sit there. People just sitting there kind of like, oh, what's going on? What's going on? And he's just like, all right, now that they're done, let's have a real conversation.
If you're being respectful, you can stay.
If you're being respectful, you can stay. And then after they're done yelling, he's like, okay, we let them express themselves.
Else who wants to have a conversation is welcome to stay. Now I want to say a word.
He says we let them express themselves because that's what we do in America. We do free speech in America. And then everybody starts clapping, but he never once addressed the issue. Even after they yelled and they screamed and they made their point, okay, yeah, they made themselves look crazy and psycho, and maybe if they were a little bit more mature, they would have shut the F up, and then they would have gave him an opportunity to speak. Even if they didn't like his answer, they would have at least let him finish a few sentences. They didn't even let him finish one sentence from what I remember. So after they finally get kicked out, he just was like, I don't know. Well, let's see.
About this issue. Thanks.
Everybody just starts to laugh. Oh, they were crazy. Well, wasn't that exciting?
Got to make their point. Now we
they got to make their point. Now let's get back to what we were talking about.
continue the discussion.
Let's continue the discussion.
This is
all right. Yeah, glad everybody started clapping. Like, glad you were able to kick them out, and let's continue our discussion.
And this is
what a reverse psychology.
And I want to say a word about what's going on in our country right now. Here's what's going on. You think there's a group of people who are against what I'm saying. They're not.
I just want to see like what he says right here real quick, y'all. Real quick. Before I was about to jump off this call, but then this actually, to me, it got a little entertaining.
They don't know what they believe. What's going on in this country is we have a generation that is lost, that is hungry for a cause, hungry for purpose and meaning and identity. At a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void.
Yeah, see, that's my point. He goes on to talk about absolutely nothing. He goes on to talk about absolutely nothing right after that. Like, and this generation is lost, and we have to fill a void. He spoke about nothing about what those kids were up in there protesting for. He didn't even address it. He just was laughing. And so let's continue the discussion. Well, I can't be mad at that, I guess. I mean, some people out there, I guess, have the ability to brainwash people. I mean, I think Vivek seems like a genuine person, you know what I mean? But politics, politicians, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But
faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family.
Not talking about nothing.
These things have disappeared. And that leaves a moral vacuum in our heart.
I mean, he's talking about something, but what he's saying just sounds like the same regurgitated stuff that everybody always says in politics.
And when you have a vacuum that runs that deep, that is when the poison fills the void, actually. You can pick your favorite one. Wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism. We saw the same thing with COVID. Depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning. There's an old expression that goes, if you have a hole the size of God in your heart and God does not fill it, something else will instead. Right. We're bowing down to a new God, the God of climate today. And so I believe, in fact, I don't think any of those individuals knew who Steve Koonin was. I'll tell you who he was. He was a physicist in the Obama administration.
Okay, he's addressing it right here.
In the energy department. He wrote a book. It's worth a read. Be interesting if those who care about the issue got educated about the issue. It's a book called Unsettled. It was published about a year and a half ago. I read it.
All right, I'm sold right there. He addressed it right there. Good for you, Vivek. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Along with Bjorn Lomborg's book, the head of the Copenhagen Institute. And others, I'm going to state some hard facts about the climate, because this is an important issue. And if these are the people who are actually responsible for the way the policies are being set, believe it or not. We may have those in this room.
Yeah, so anyways, man, back to this real quick. Yeah, I appreciate y'all that watched. I think we went deep. We talked about Drake. We talked about Mos Def. We talked about real hip-hop. We talked about hip-hop being a religion. We talked about the fake hip-hop. You know what I'm saying? We talked about, just whack-ass rappers that are trying to be in the industry. So I appreciate y'all, man. And I really hope that y'all can like and subscribe, because like I said, man, we talk about the realness here. We talk about the real hip-hop. I've been on this talk for almost 4 hours. I think this is one of the longest ones that I've ever done. I might just keep it going to 4 hours right now, because I want to set a record, because I feel that this is such realness right here, that this is such a real topic. And like I said, I'm glad that it's Mos Def, a.k.a. Yasiin Bey, who's speaking on this topic, because I don't think that there could be a better rapper that could speak on it. And this man is a legend. I'm talking about Mos Def here. And I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree. Those of us that know real hip hop. If you know real hip hop, then I think that we can all agree on this. So yeah, before I get out of here, man, I just want to say, like, I appreciate the love and the support and the people that know what's up with hip hop. And who knows, man? I was already thinking of doing like a top 10 lyricists series. And I got to tell you, Mos Def will definitely be part of that series. And like I said again, he's definitely on the list, I feel, as one of the greatest MCs, rappers of all time. So if anybody has the right to critique Drake's work, it's definitely Mos Def. It's most definitely Mos Def. Let me repeat that. It's most definitely Mos Def. If anybody is going to critique Drake's work. And I think majority of those hip hop heads out there, us that understand true hip hop, we understand and know that Black Star, Talib Kweli, shout out, the classic track, High Tech, who did a lot of the beats and the production, is classic, is legendary, one of the greatest groups, who are both in this room right here with Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock and the RZA. And they're classic, man. And we must not forget what real hip-hop is and what real hip-hop is all about. So if any of these people, especially I feel that anybody in this room, everybody that's in this room right here, are, I would say, some of the leaders of hip-hop, current, past, present, and future. So if any of these people in this room have an opinion on what they feel rap is, and let me just go ahead and repeat in case some of y'all out there are like, wait, who are they? Who are those people? Which is okay, I understand. Some of them got sunglasses on. It's black and white. But it's starting from the left. We got Talib Kweli, who's part of Black Star with Mos Def. We got Madlib, who's one of the best producers of all time, who actually did a beat on Kanye's album Life of Pablo. We got Dave Chappelle, even though Madlib's done way more than that. I mean, I know y'all going to say MF Doom, y'all going to say Stone's Throw, y'all going to say J-Lib, which I love. I mean, Madlib's got classics out there. Let's not even forget Quasimodo. Yeah, for me to just say, oh, Madlib did a beat on Kanye's album Life of Pablo sounds so like people that don't know Madlib and don't know what's up in hip hop, they'll be like, oh, he did a beat on Life of Pablo? Those are for all the people that don't know what's up in hip hop, right? But the people that know what's up in hip hop will be like, oh, Madlib did way more than just the Life of Pablo. That's all you're going to give him props for is the Life of Pablo? He did way more than Life of Pablo. So I understand that that's why I just had to give Madlib a little bit more of a shout out. Plus, y'all heard my story about Madlib a little bit earlier. So, man, nothing but respect to Madlib. Madlib is one of the greatest producers of all time. I believe that he could go into possibly a top 10 producers of all time list. Let's go. Dave Chappelle. Man needs no introduction. Chris Rock. Man needs no introduction. Standing behind Chris Rock, who got slapped at the Oscars by Will Smith, just had to say that, is Mos Def, a.k.a. Yasiin Bey. In the sunglasses, kind of standing low-key in the back. And then we got the RZA from Wu-Tang Clan, who was actually one of the founding members of the Wu-Tang Clan. This is a classic photo, classic energy. What a room. Shout out to Talib Kweli, man. This is on his Facebook. Any of these men who are legends have an opinion on hip-hop, I think that y'all should listen. And I understand that some of you will just take whatever the mainstream feeds to you. But you must know that Mos Def, again, is most definitely a real MC. And when he says that Drake is pop music, I think a lot of us can agree, and a lot of us acknowledge that, and a lot of us know what's up. But like, again, I want to thank y'all for tuning in. Yeah, man. I mean, I think we covered it. I think we covered where I'm going with this and what I'm saying. I might stay on for another few minutes because you know what? I'm going to set a record here, and I want to go to 4 hours. I'm going to go to 4 hours on this live stream talking about real hip-hop, talking about what's commercial and what's mainstream. And I'll say this. Y'all need to recognize the difference between hip-hop and pop music. There is a difference. And it's funny to me that people misinterpret the two. And like I said, this what it appears to be a small clip of the interview. This part right here should tell you, man, that when Mos Def says that it's pop music, it's just meant there for you to consume. It's not really meant there for you to take a deep understanding. And I think that that's why there's a lot of people out there that when you try to speak to them about some deep stuff, because if you haven't noticed by now, obviously I'm a deep thinker. Obviously, right? I wouldn't be doing this video for over 4 hours if I wasn't a deep thinker. So, but I appreciate all y'all that were commenting and talking and saying stuff. I appreciate it. We might lose some of the chats because I may have to edit this video because we might have some copyright or, can't play any songs or anything these days. But I obviously consider myself a deep thinker. But I feel like the music, because, let's be honest, the music influences the masses. A lot of people listen to music, and music has a lot of control. There's a lot of spirituality and energy in music. I don't know if y'all are aware of that. There's a lot of spirituality in the frequencies. And so they take over the music, and dumb it down and make it dumb. Like they said, Lupe Fiasco got a song about this, Dumb It Down. They dumb down the music so much and the culture. And not just that, but then now like the videos and the movies and the TV shows are just all so dumb. For the most part, every now and then you get a few gems out there, but for the most part, a lot of it's just dumb. It's just dumb it down. And I say, yo, when you try to have a real conversation with somebody and you try to talk about something, it's almost like they don't even want to talk about no realness, or they don't want to have a conversation about no real shit because it feels like society has just dumbed shit down so much. So I find that when I come across somebody who typically is very consumed into culture, meaning that they buy the new hottest shit that comes out, like, oh, the new iPhone just came out. So, now I need the new iPhone. Oh, you need the new iPhone? Because the new iPhone just came out. Your iPhone, well, I mean, I understand. I don't really use iPhones. I love Apple computers, but Apple phones, nah. I like to be able to change my memory and gigabyte data. I don't want Apple to tell me what I can do with that. I like to have control over those things. Not to mention that I think the cameras are better on some Androids nowadays. Maybe not before, but now for the price. So, people that are taught to consume or go to the next concert or the next show, or like I said earlier, take trips around the world and do all that, which is cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're at a position where you're still working, or just working to get by and pay your bills, but you still want to be entertained and you still want to take a trip and you still want to go out with your friends and go to that concert, I don't know. Personally, for me, I feel like you need to be focused on building yourself and making yourself better. But you know what, though? Like I said, that could be a whole nother show, because that might only apply to a certain gender. There might be others that, maybe not have to worry about that, or depending upon your upbringing or where you're from, maybe you can get away with things like that. But for me, I just know, speaking for myself and personal experience, like if things ain't right where I'm at, then I need to make that right before I go out and worry about other things. I need to work on myself first. I don't go out there and try to do other things when there's other things that I need to work on, which we all got to do, right? We all got to do that all the time. So like I said, man, I mean, look, we about to turn this into a therapy session, right? Let's not go all the way deep with that. But my point is that I feel that the culture has just dumbed down, has been dumbed down so much. Like Nick Cannon doing his stupid show on Zeus and the whole Zeus baddies and bad boys and all that stuff and all those dumb shows and these streamers that are talking about nothing. Like sometimes it makes me wonder, like, am I putting in too much work on this? I mean, I don't think so because I do it because I love it. Never really got into the game for the money, but it's nice to make money off of it because then you can, you know, when you make money off it, it allows you to be able to spend more time on it. That's really the whole purpose of making money off of what you love to do, is so you can spend more time doing what you love to do. But yeah, I mean, I should say, and I love it. That's why we do it. But yeah, man, it's just the culture has been dumbed down to where you try to have real conversations with people, and I find that it's only a few people out there that are really willing to have these real conversations. A lot of people out there aren't trying to have real conversations, and I feel that it has something to do with the music. I really do, and the movies too. Let's not to mention, man, like I take this stuff seriously. I told y'all I did a review last week or a few days ago about The Color Purple and some other movies and how it was better than I expected. And like I said, I'm not going to go into that because that's not what this video is about. But I'm just saying I take it seriously when I watch these movies and I listen to this music and I break this down and I analyze it. And some people I might, you know, speak my opinions to about. And they may not like it, to where sometimes you might consider it an argument. I consider it a debate. But if there's some parts of the movie that I don't like, or some parts of the movie that I feel that are reflecting on culture, whether it be before or modern day, I'm going to speak on it. Some people might just go watch a movie or listen to an album and just be like, oh, that was cool. Next, on to the next. Listening to the next thing and consume. I'm different. I actually choose to digest it and read the content and read the credits and find out who is behind this. Who is the one that is making this music? I want to know. I want to know more than just, oh, okay, that's what the song sounds like. That's the song. I want to know who's behind the music. When I go to a Dave Chappelle concert or show, shall I say, I want to know, like, oh, who's the DJ that's spinning the music? Oh, that's Madlib. Oh, who were those rappers that perform? Oh, that's Black Star. Oh, who did the soundtrack for some of the beats in the background? Oh, that was the RZA. Who's the homeboy in the background that you can't really see, but he's standing backstage and he's cheering them on? Oh, that's Chris Rock. You know, like, I like to know these things. And, I mean, that's cool. I know that's not for everybody. Some people like to just go to the movies, watch the movies. They don't care what studio put it out, who the actor or actress they were going to get before that person, or who they originally wanted to play that role, or how much money that person made to get that role, or what that person had to do to get that role, or how that person came up, or what that person's struggle was. Some people don't care about all that. I'm one of those people that do, but maybe that's because that's why we do journalism over here. And I want to say this real quick. I hear a lot of people say, I'm not a journalist because I didn't go to school for it. I don't agree with that. If you're a journalist, you're a journalist. And I consider myself a journalist, just like I consider myself a graphic designer. And I didn't go to school for graphic design, but you know what? I had a lot of jobs where I was getting paid a lot of money to do graphic design. So tell me that. Answer me that one. Would you call me a graphic designer? I would say I'm a graphic designer. If I'm getting paid to do graphic design, I would consider myself a graphic designer. So if I'm getting paid, which I am, to do journalism, then I consider myself a journalist. You do not have to go to school to be considered a journalist. It's good if you go to school to do that. It'd be great if I went to college and got a degree in journalism. But I'm going to let you all know right now that I did not get a degree in journalism, but that does not make me feel that I am not a journalist. So yeah, man, I feel that we can cover these topics is basically what I'm saying. We could talk about this. And I think the truth is starting to come to the light. The truth is starting to come to the light. And some of us want to research these things. And some of us want to know what's going on. Some of us out here want to know who's behind the machine. Side note, isn't that what the whole story of the Wizard of Oz is about? It's about who's behind the curtain. The person that was controlling everything was just a little old man behind the curtain. That's the whole premises of the storyline behind the Wizard of Oz, which is another one of the greatest movies ever told. So yeah, man. I think it's time for a lot of us to start looking behind the curtain of hip hop or rap music, shall I say, and them trying to put the curtain of hip hop over all this crap and trying to say that it's hip hop, but it's really not. Like that Lil Baby shit that y'all saw, that was not hip hop. This 21 Savage, even though I do like Childish Gambino, Donald Glover, or whatever his name is, or whatever his name is, I probably butchered that, but yeah, Childish Gambino. He's dope. But this whole thing that they're doing is not hip hop. Listen, I know that 21 Savage just came out with the album. I only heard a few tracks. I haven't heard the whole thing yet, so I can't really speak on it yet. But I've heard enough of 21 Savage's songs to say that to me, they all sound the same. He ain't talking about nothing different. And then remember when he made his comment about Nas? And he tried to say that Nas was irrelevant? That might be true. But let me ask you a question, Savage. Are you going to have an album that is ever relevant to Illmatic? Is any of your albums ever going to be considered in the discussions of the top 10 best rap hip-hop albums of all time? Any of your albums. Can we say that, y'all? I think this is the point that Mos Def is making, a.k.a. Yasiin Bey, is that are any of these rappers, after they make all their money and their fame and glory, are any of these rappers' albums going to be considered one of the top 10 rap albums or rap artists of all time? I think not. We always go back to the golden era. Even though a lot of people want to talk shit about the golden era and say, oh, you old heads, and you guys don't know what's up, and you guys think you know this and you know that. Let me say this real quick, man. Whenever we have discussions about who are the greatest rappers of all time, who usually comes up in those topics? Usually it's Biggie. Usually it's Pac. Nas comes up in a few of those conversations. I've heard Jay-Z. Of course, how can we forget Eminem? Eminem might be the closest to, I'd say, somewhat the newer generation, even though he did come out in 99. Well, before that, but, I guess to the mainstream. He was introduced to the mainstream in 99. So, because I really consider the golden era of hip-hop 91 to, 95. I mean, before that, you could say 88. But, really, 91 was when... The reason why I say 91, around that year, 90, 91... Really 91, 92. The reason why I say around that era is because the production changed. The level of production, I think the equipment got better. You could tell a difference in the beats. You could tell a difference in the bass. You could tell a difference in the frequency. So really, I feel that it was around the time 91. And you could say maybe 91 and 97, because I remember we did another video where we were talking about 97, and man, the hip-hop albums that came out in 97, incredible. So yeah, we could say like 91, 90 to like 97, 98, definitely 99, because if you want to consider Eminem, if we got to put Eminem in that bunch, then we got to go from like 91 to 99. But yeah, that era of hip hop, that you know, time in rap music was just phenomenal, yo. Phenomenal. The beats, the production, the rhymes, the styles, the topics. And another thing that I appreciate was that none of the rappers at that time sounded the same. Snoop Dogg had his own flow. Eminem had his own flow. Biggie had his own flow. Tupac had his own flow. Nas had his own flow. Jay-Z had his own flow. Ice Cube had his own style. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't say that I'm making this up. Dr. Dre with the Chronic. I don't know. We already said Snoop, right? Like, they all had their own style. Even Gangstar, you know what I'm saying? Mobb Deep. Who else, man? Tribe Called Quest. I mean, there's so many, man. There's so many. I mean, some of my favorites that still came back from the 80s. I remember being a young kid listening to Eric B. and Rakim, and I still think to this day that was dope. So I feel like I've always had a good ear. Because even when I was young, like when Rakim came out, Eric B. and Rakim, I was young, man. Like Juice and all that. I was probably like in junior high, high school. You know, not to date myself, but yeah. But you know, y'all know I'm a real hip hop head, man. I come from the real era when we was like still doing cassette tapes and stuff. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is before social media. Like, it's funny when some of y'all haters out there try to talk trash and say, oh, look, they're talking trash. Or, look, you only have this many people watching your stream. Or only this many people are following you. Look, this is why I say y'all got to help out with the likes. Get the likes and the subscribes up. Because sometimes I feel like you're right. Like, maybe the powers that be don't want this message out. So they try to suppress videos like this. Because we was already talking about this with KRS-One. But yeah, like I said, man, about the haters, like people be trying to hate sometimes. And it's like, yo, man, y'all forget we've been doing this, or I've been doing this, and some of my people that I roll with. We've been doing this way before social media. You think we give a F what y'all say online? I mean, that's cool. Like, that helps. It helps. I mean, I understand that's the generation that we're in now. But it's like, hey, man, like one person tried to say to me on TikTok, and that's so funny because people try to talk so much trash. Not everybody, but you know, every now and then you got those that try to talk trash on TikTok, and it's like, hey, not only were we doing this way before TikTok, but we were doing this way before social media. So it's like, you think that because of a few comments are gonna hurt me? First of all, say it to my face. But hey, don't do what that Vivek thing was that kid was doing. Don't do that. Don't do that, because that's too much. You can say it, but don't try to scream it or yell it, because I might take offense to that, and that's gonna result in other ways that we both don't want. So yeah. But I'll say this though, I do appreciate when people have the courtesy to speak up or say something, and if you want to say something in the comments, that's great, whether you love or you hate it. I love to hear it all. I love to hear people's opinion. To go back to that Vivek thing, that's what I said. That's what I do appreciate, is that I do want to hear what people got to say. I do want to hear people's comments. But my point is that we've been doing this long before social media. So you better, like, respect. Or you should. Maybe not that you better, but you should respect where a lot of us are coming from when we speak on where rap is today. And it's like, yo, man, back in that time period, all the rappers were speaking so much truth. Not that they were just speaking so much truth, because you had the NWAs, like people were saying in the gangster rap. But still, though, no rappers were trying to copy each other for the most part. Everybody had their own unique style. And they all had their different messages or their different ways of saying their messages and their different types of production styles and etc. Whereas now, most rappers, they all sound the same. The cadence is the same. The beats are the same. The producers are the same. They got the same features. It's just the same 5 or 6 rappers that you hear on each other's raps, and then Kanye goes and gets those 5 or 6 rappers on his album, and Chris Brown goes and gets on everybody else's albums, and Chris Brown sounds the same on every single song. You know, it's like Tom Cruise playing the same character in every movie. It's the same thing. Chris Brown sings the same song on every single song. It's just a different beat. It's just the beat changing, but Chris Brown is basically singing the same song on every song. If you listen to all the Chris Brown songs from before he was a kid, like his first album was like, I guess, I don't know, I got to go back and listen to it, but his first album was somewhat innocent, I guess, right? But then once he started getting more mature, and then he had more women around him, and then definitely after Rihanna, we don't have to go on him beating up Rihanna, right? But after that whole fiasco, then it was like all of a sudden all his songs just sound the same. And how long ago was that, man? How long ago was that? Like a decade ago or something like that? So it's like he's been singing the same song for the last 10 years. It's the same thing with Drake. I think this is what a lot of people are saying. Drake has been singing the same song for the last 10 years. And I think a lot of us have reached a point now where we're kind of like, all right, Drake, what else can you bring to the table? What else can you do here? Is there another style that you can come with? And thank you for the likes. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all liking and subscribing. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, what else can you bring to the table? You've been doing the same song for the last decade. It's time to move to a new style. Or not even a new style. I mean, keep your style, because obviously your style is working. But can you talk about something else? Is there something else that you can speak about, man? Can you rap about something else? Can you speak about something else? Or is all your songs going to sound the same moving forward? Because eventually you got to realize that people are going to check you on this, man. Somebody's going to come in and somebody's going to say, hey, you know what? Your shit's whack. And then what are you going to say when somebody comes in and says that? And you're going to be like, oh, Joe Biden. Well, you know what? You can't say that my shit's whack because I have a jet and you don't. How gay. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. My bad. Let me take it back. I mean, but it is kind of gay. But, I mean, I don't mean it like gay like in a bad way. I just mean like in a soft way. Like some people see it as like kind of, you know, feminine. But, you know, we'll stop there. But it is kind of feminine, right? But I'm talking about from a homosexual point of view, a male point of view. I don't want people to come after me for that. But you guys get the point. You know, you got to watch what you say these days so much. But that's a soft thing to say. It's the whole action of it, of you going online, typing out that essay and getting mad and that emotional to another man. And then talking about what you have and what he doesn't have. And that's why you're so better than him. But none of your music talks about any type of reality or truth or anything. And that's what people are saying. And now more people, Joe Budden was like the first one to take that shot. You know, that's why people kind of give him props. He just kind of shitted on Joe, but not really. And it looked like Joe just took that. He took that as a man and was just like, yeah. He said, that's true. I don't think he tried to argue it, right? He was like, yep, Joe, Drake does have a private jet. That is true. But just because you have a private jet, Drake, does that necessarily make you a better rapper? I mean, that's the question that we have to ask. Like, okay, yeah, you're making a lot of money off your raps. Definitely. And that's great. You are a dope rapper. You definitely do have some songs out there. Drake definitely got some songs out there that I like. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to front. I like Party Next Door too. And I like Mahid or them cats that wrote a few of his songs. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Mahid Jordan or something. I like them too. So I like a few of the OVO artists, you know. Not to shout out 40 too. Dope ass producer. So he got a dope team. He definitely got a dope team. Like, we can't take that away from Drake. I don't think the point is that Drake, you don't have skills. And I think that that's what a lot of people were saying on Twitter, and what a lot of people on Twitter or were misunderstanding is that they were saying, oh, they're trying to act like Mos Def was saying that you don't have skills, Drake. No, we aren't saying that you don't have skills. What we're saying is that you ain't talking about nothing in your music. That's what we're saying. So yeah, we would appreciate it if you could have more to say in your music. Let me go to the picture real quick. Yeah, Aubrey. We would appreciate it if you could have something more to say in your music, Aubrey. And I don't know where he's going at with these hair clips and all these stuff and jewelry and painting nails. When I see rappers painting their nails and flossing in front of the mirror, taking selfies, I think that that's Illuminati. And I know some of y'all out there will say Illuminati doesn't exist, but actually they do, because look up Benjamin Franklin, who was actually a known member of the Illuminati. He even wrote a book, which I heard was about it. And I haven't read his whole autobiography yet, but I've heard lots about it, and I love to check it out, and I think we all should. And he's also on the $100 bill, and he was never a president. So when people say the Illuminati doesn't exist, then I want somebody to answer me this. Well, then why is Benjamin Franklin on the $100 bill? But that'll be a whole other discussion. The point of this is that when I see rappers wearing makeup, doing their hair like this, painting their fingernails, wearing dresses, I say Illuminati. So maybe Drake just got too far involved into the Illuminati to where he just lost his mind now. And now he's just doing whatever. Because, yeah, he's wearing this shit in his hair. I mean, you want to wear that in your hair, man? Cool. I get it. It looks stylish, I guess, in some ways. And it might appeal to some other people. You know, but the painting your fingernails on top of doing this, you know, plus doing that, I don't get that, man. I feel like now you're doing a little too much. I get if you want to do like a little bit here and there, but you seem like you're just going all the way now. Like you just went full throttle, whatever the F this is that you're doing, man. You got these pins in your hair, your nails are painted, it looks like you're wearing mascara, and you got chrome in your mouth. You're on a whole nother level now, man. You went to like a whole nother dimension of just full-fledged, I don't even know what to call it, man. Pop rapper? I don't know what to call it. So I think that this is the reason why people like Yasiin Bey, a.k.a. Mos Def, and others, Joe Budden, and I think there was a few others out there, are calling you out on your album, man. And a lot of people, I think, for the most part, gave For All the Dogs a bad review. Let's just look it up real quick. For all the... What did Google give it? Oh, so the rating actually went up a little bit. Google looks like they gave it 79. I could have sworn when I saw it, I thought it was less than that. Or 3.0. That's not really a great rating. I mean, if you look, the 1 stars are pretty high. And we don't need to like go all into this, but sometimes I feel like we do. Drake's Ace Studio album. For All the Dogs falls short expectations and fails to bring anything despite his position as the most popular English-speaking rapper. Exactly. This guy pretty much nailed it down. I think that's why a lot of people see this. I have been a fan of Drake, blah, 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 blah. For All the Dogs, I don't know if I can forgive him. I have waited entirely for this album. I'm disappointed. Drizzy has forsaken me. Talking like Christ, huh? He's bringing that Bible up, but you even brought that biblical. I think they're right, though. Let me see. I'm just trying to see the ratings and what people rated it. Yeah, I think this guy, Gerald, he summed it up pretty much right here, where he said that despite his position as the most popular English-speaking rapper. That's a great point right there, man, because that's exactly what Drake is right there, man. He is the most popular English-speaking rapper. Did he go more into detail or what? Maybe I should see. Yeah, man. I mean, wait, I just want to see because it looked like he wrote a whole paragraph. I didn't know he went that much into detail. Let me just see what else he said real quick. Although Drake incorporates blah, 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 blah. Furthermore, the album lacks focus. Okay, yeah, I'm right here. Furthermore, the album lacks focus, drifting away from experimentation, genre blurring, and characterize his previous release. For All the Dogs is neither an essential Drake album nor a solid contribution to the cultural relevance. It seems to be a misstep in his artistic journey, failing to capture the attention and excitement of listeners. This is a great review right here, man. This guy should write professional reviews. In conclusion, For All the Dogs disappoints with its lacks of innovation, limited ambition in Drake's rapping, and lack of cohesion. While there is glimpses of undeniable talent and sonic flexibility. Sonic flexibility. Wow. What a phrase right there. Sonic flexibility. I might have to remember that one. They are overshadowed by a lackluster overall experience. This album fails to leave a lasting impression and does not live up to the expectations set by Drake's previous releases. Wow. Yeah, man, I might have to agree with that review. For All the Dogs is definitely that, in my opinion, man. You see, so America has spoken. I know a lot of y'all might say the world, but I've been all over the world pretty much, and I didn't really hear Drake in other countries. I've been to at least 10 countries, and I think only one of them I heard Drake in, other than America. So, yeah, man, it's just, and you know we got a lot more to go, man. beatGrade's about to be worldwide, man. We gonna be all over the world. We gonna be everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to tune in now. Make sure you like, subscribe. Make sure you get down with us. Make sure you know what's up. Because like I said, man, we speak about the real hip hop here. And we covering it real here, man. I don't think, like, I've watched a few other videos of people covering this topic. And like I said, man, I don't think anybody else went more into detail than we did today on this call. So I just want to say thank y'all for tuning in. Those of y'all that tuned in, those of y'all that liked, I saw that we got the likes up. Y'all were watching. Thank y'all that were chatting. I appreciate you. Thunderdam Beats, Say Shay or Say Shy, you know, Trayvon, you know, any others that came through that I might have not seen your names. I'm trying to scroll through the chats real quick to see y'all names. But hey, I just want to say thank y'all, man. I really appreciate it. If you guys can Cash App, it's $beatGrade. That's the Cash App. PayPal is beatGrade. You can just Google Cash App beatGrade. That's BEATGRAD. Beat like a music beat, and grade like you grade a paper in school. And then the other thing is basically PayPal is just beatGrade. You can just Google beatGrade PayPal. Yo, any donations you guys can make definitely helps so we can continue to get this message out here and preach, you know, the truth, or push the truth, shall I say. Even $1 helps. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got to, don't worry about like trying to be like, oh man, well, I wish I could donate, you know, this or that amount, but once I get paid, I'll worry, you know, don't worry about all that, man. Like $1 helps. You know, you got a few people donating $1, that helps out, man. So like I said, your contribution is much appreciated, because I want to get this going out here, or as we already are. I shouldn't say I want, because we're already doing it, but I want to push this message more and get this further out here, because like I said, when I saw the comments and I was reading what was going on and what people were saying about Mos Def and Drake, and the arguments or the debate, shall I say, that were going back and forth on Twitter, just made me feel like, wow, there's some people out there that are really out of touch, man. Like, it shouldn't even be a question. We should all understand what's going on here. We should all understand that this is some type of a matrix system that is going on here, and we should all be aware of it. And it's just interesting to me when I heard some people talking trash about Mos Def, or like, oh, I think one comment that stuck out to me was when one person said, oh, well, Mos Def is just upset because he didn't sell as many records as Drake. And it's like, look, first of all, Mos Def is a multi-millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire rapper, so he's made millions. I don't think he's hungry. I don't think he's worried about trying to make as much money as Drake. I think he's very happy and lives a very fulfilled, satisfying lifestyle. So we don't have to go there with Mos. Plus, he's also an actor, right? Plus, he's in a lot of movies. I think about right now, I think he's been in a few movies. I like the movie Brown Sugar that he was in, plus a few others. Wasn't he in The Italian Job with Mark Wahlberg? Yeah, let's go to that real quick, just for those of you that need education. I know we'll leave that up because I think that is important to have. The Italian Job movie with Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, he was in this movie, but I don't know if he was one of the main characters. Is this the scene? Is this? Yeah, this is the shot right here. IMDb. It looks like it's a big shot, hopefully. Yeah. I mean, come on. You got Jason Statham, Mos Def, Mark Wahlberg. I mean, come on, man. The guy's done movies. He's done some big movies. I'm sure he got a nice check for that movie. He's basically a movie star in some ways. Well, I mean, I don't know. According to Cat Williams standards, I don't know if we can consider him a movie star. But he's doing big movies. I mean, come on, man. He's with the Transporter action star Jason Statham, and he's with Mark Wahlberg. So the guy knows what's up. He's not just some average rapper. You know, and I think a lot of y'all get that confused. I think some of y'all, when I was reading the comment section, some of y'all was just like, oh, well, Mos Def just wishes he sold as many records as Drake. And it's like, wait, did y'all forget that the guy also does movies? He's not just trying to be a rapper. So it's like, I think a lot of people get shit twisted, but it's all good. I understand. A lot of people aren't going to go out there and do their research, so I get it. I get it. A lot of people aren't going to go out there and do the research. So yeah, man, Mos Def definitely has a say-so in this. I think if anybody does have a say-so in what's going on, it's definitely Mos Def. Most definitely it's Mos Def has a say-so in Drake. And like he said, could this be the fall of the empire? Now, I don't think it's the fall of his empire financially. I think Drake has made a lot of money in music, and he's going to continue to make a lot of money in music. Good for him. So he's straight. I think when Mos Def was saying the empire, I think he was just talking about the music in general. I don't think he was talking about him personally. I think he's speaking more so about the music, that I think a lot of us have wanted to hear more meaning in the music. And those of us that know what's up, we always are looking for meaning in the music. But I think the zombies out there and the sheep people, and like I've heard some others that say on the consciousness, the avatars, the walking avatars that don't know what's going on, and they just go wherever, the system tells them to go. You know, the slave-minded people. Those people, I think the slaves are starting to want to have something with more value and more meaning in it. Also with the movies, because there's so many movies that you go to and you see the previews and you're like, yo, this looks like it's going to be dope. And then you go see the movie and it's like, the preview was actually better than the movie. The movie was just a longer version of the preview. It didn't really go into detail. It didn't really go into depth. You didn't really break down all the things that were happening. You just touched the surface. So I think that Mos Def, like I said, is a person that could speak on this, man. But again, I went longer than I expected. We went for 4.5 hours. Shout out. I appreciate all y'all that stayed around. Like I said, like, subscribe, share this video. Please share this video, man, so we can get the message out there. Because like I said, we're going to keep it to you, man. And I want to thank everybody that has been following and everybody that has been subscribing. subscribing. Like, yo, I'm seeing the social media take off in a lot of ways. I think I just hit over 1 million people in the last month or so. So we're doing big numbers, man. I mean, at least for us, you know, grassroots, starting from really the ground up. So that means a lot to be able to hit over 1 million people in just a month, you know, reach over 1 million people. So I want to say thank y'all. Please, like I said, Cashapp is beatGrade, $beatGrade, BEATGRADE, and PayPal is beatGrade. Like I said, $1 helps out. Your sponsorship definitely helps. Contact us, send an email. We read the emails, we respond. We're down to work and collaborate with people. We want to build. If you want to do internships for us, we're making movements right now. So please contact. Let's build. Let's make this happen. We're all about the real hip hop, and we're speaking about the truth and what's really real. So, you know, all that helps, man. We need to push this message out here because, like I said, I don't think anybody else out there is going to go into detail like we do. I appreciate y'all. Signing off. Peace.